to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome everyone at the second round of FIDE Grand Prix 2022, Leg 2. I'm Women Grandmaster Tsatsalashvili, and I have an honor to be co-host of a Grandmaster, Benjamin Bach. Welcome, Benjamin. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, Katie, thanks for having me. It's a huge pleasure to be hosting this FIDE Grand Prix with you. And yeah, so we had a pretty exciting first day yesterday, and I'm sure that we'll have more exciting chess today. So Katie, can you tell us a little bit about the format?
Yes, we do have 3 tournaments. This is 3 tournaments of the Grand Prix this year, and we do have 16 players in each tournament. Those players are divided into 4 groups, and they are playing each other a double round robin tournament. And this is also a knockout system. In the very end, we're just going to have only 2 finalists out of 16 players. And now let's take a look once again how the tournament started and what happened in the round 1.
Yeah, so Andreikin, he played that great game yesterday against Krisha, where he beat him with the queen sacrifice. Anish Giri made a very nice gambit with this early b4 move and got the first round victory against Tabatabai. And Harikrishna got hounded as he already blundered almost 13 with the white pieces and did not lose without any chances against Vitiugov.
Oh yeah, that game was quite tough. Start for Harikrishna and his fans. This is second tournament for Harikrishna, and there will be no third tournament for him. However, Andreikin and Giri just started, and they have really a good start. They started with a victory. Let's take a look at the groups and check out who are the leaders here.
Yeah, so in Group A, we see that Andreikin is leading the group with 1 point out of 1 game. Shangland and Bakro are in shared second place. They each have half a point. Then in Group B, it's Anish Giri and Nikita Vitiugov leading. And Group C, Vidit has taken an early lead. He's being followed by Rapport and Predke. And in Group D, 4 players are tied for lead. So yeah, lots of exciting, lots still to play for. And Katie, what are the matchups we have today?
Yeah, that is very interesting. And I think all the eyes will go to the Group B, where Anish Giri and Nikita Vitiugov will play, because those 2 players are the leaders of this group, and they managed to beat their opponents in the first round. So we are very much looking forward to this game. And we also have a very nice matchup in the Group D. Vachier-Lagrave against Mamedyarov. They just joined the Grand Prix. This is their actually second round here at the Over the Board tournament. So looking forward to these 2 matches myself. But another, for instance, in Group A, Sam Shankland against Alexander Grishchuk is another very, very interesting match.
Yeah, lots of exciting chess that's coming up today. For more info, you can visit the guide on go.chess.com/FIDE Grand Prix 2022. And also don't forget to vote on the result of today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select the game, click vote, and guess the results. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't miss out.
Oh yeah, that's really good tool for us, for commentators too, because myself, I always go there before the start of the first moves to check out what our viewers think and how the matches will go and who is the favorite in this match. So I'm gonna sneak in there too. Don't go anywhere because we're coming back right before the first moves of the round two. See you soon. Welcome back. This is about the round two is about to start in a few minutes, but we do have a little bit more time to once again talk about yesterday's game. Benjamin, And we had quite a surprising result in the game of Grishchuk against Dmitry Andreikin, because we all know Grishchuk for many years for his style of the play and also his character and the way how he talks after the games at the interviews, very open. And we know quite well, but we don't know much about Andreikin. So let's take a very quick look about his rating and his age and the ranking as well.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, of course, everyone knows Alexander Grishuk. He is one of the best players in the world for many, many years already. As you mentioned, he has many funny interviews. But the people don't know too much about Dmitry Andreikin, but he's also an extremely strong grandmaster. He's number 23 in the world. He's 31 years old. And yesterday, as we mentioned, he won that amazing game against the rating favorite in Pool A with the black pieces. So he's putting himself in a really good spot to eventually maybe win this group and make it to the semifinals. So what do you make of his chances?
Well, that's a very good question. Seems that he is really in good shape. I watched the interview after the game where Andreikin said that he was a bit tired before the game, as he had a little bit a strange way to go to Belgrade because of the current situations. It's just not easy for chess players to travel. And he said that he had a domestic flight in Russia, then he went to Turkey, and then from Turkey he went to Belgrade. So it was quite a lot of flights, 3 connected flights right before the tournament, and he did not really went there a day before or something. And he said that he went for Sicilian line, and he felt like it was the line he don't really need it to risk much. So it was a bit surprising for me because I think Sicilian is really, really sharp opening. But we saw a beautiful game which he played yesterday with quite solid setup, and then at the right time with the queen sacrifice and well-planned tactic, right?
Indeed, yeah, Grishuk went all out to try and beat him. So of course, also some credit should go to Grishuk for not just playing it solid, but sometimes that's the way it goes. When you play aggressive, it can also backfire. So yeah, for Grishuk, it's going to be tough now. He's lost the first game. He will have to win some games to try and catch up. And also, he didn't do too well in the first leg. So his chances of qualifying to the candidates are going to be not the best, so to speak. But I think Andreikin still has one more leg to play, right? Isn't he playing in the third leg? So he's still, his chances of qualifying are still very much alive. And today he's playing with the black pieces against HM Bakro. So we'll see how that game will go. Are there perhaps any other matchups that you are looking forward to today?
Yeah, 3 matches I already mentioned in the different groups. Another group which I'm really, really curious is Group C. Here, how Rapport and Shiro are gonna play, because those 2 players are so creative, and they are never, boring players. They like to sacrifice, create some strange attack or some traps on the board. So that's the fourth game that I'm very much looking forward. What about you? Which game do you think will be very exciting?
Yeah, and that game is going to be fire on the board for sure. I think the game between MVL and Shakir Mamedyarov, the 2 rating favorites in Group D, that one's going to be very exciting. Also, I expect a very interesting game in the game between Vidit and Fedorseev. And also in Group B, where the 2 leaders, Anish Giri and Nikita Vitiugov, are playing each other. I mean, I think the one who wins that game has excellent chances of winning the group and making it to the semifinals.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we have seen a very good preparation from Anish Giri. That's not a surprise. We know that he's very good theoretician. He's working a lot. And Benjamin, I suppose you were hanging out a lot with Giri, as you both are Dutch. So can you tell us a little bit, like at least one story, if something comes to your mind, like what's his approach to the tournaments, And what is his approach of the preparation? Is his training sometime before, or his training during the tournaments?
Yeah, and he prepares really hard for tournaments. Sometimes during his training camps, he prepares like 10 or 12 hours a day. He's really checking openings whenever he can, and as we see, it's paying off. So yeah, he's definitely got a very strong work ethic when it comes to chess. So yeah, it's not without it's for a reason that he is maybe even the best prepared player in the world.
That is amazing. We do have the first games started already, but before we go in there, I would love to just point it out that I'm so proud of my friend FIDE Grand Prix for being such an amazing partner in a crime for Anish Giri, and I kind of feel that's also a teamwork that Anish plays so well for so many years. Even being a father of two amazing kids, he's still fully dedicating to chess and has amazing results. And here we have all the boards, Benjamin. Which game really got your eye? Which one do you want to see first?
It's a good question. So let's see the game between. Let's maybe have a look at the game between Anish Giri and Nikita Vitiugov. As we mentioned, both of them are the early leaders in Group C. So once again, we have an Italian game. Anish played the same opening yesterday against Tabatabai. So I'm very interested to see where he will try to come up with an improve, where Nikita Vitiugov will try to improve on that game.
This is the second time Giri is with white pieces. Do you think he will go with the same opening, or it's Vitiugov who will not go for this same line as yesterday's Anish Giri's opponent, Tabatabai?
Yeah, well, and there we have your answer. So yesterday we saw that Tabatabai went for a very quick d5, and Vitiugov plays with the move d6. It's a bit more conservative. Black wants to keep the position solid for now, as we saw. If Black goes for an early d5, then White always has pressure on opponent e5. So it makes sense. Anish plays the move c3, a very typical move in the Italian. And now Black has a lot of moves. Black plays the move h6, which is very common, making sure White never has bishop g5 moves. Here, I think maybe Anish can play something like b4. He can also just continue with slow moves like rook to e1, knight bd2. Eventually, the knight comes to f1 and g3. So lots of maneuvering here, but Anish is really an expert in these Italian games. And it's quite interesting that even though he's had this line many times on the board, his opponents don't really know how to equalize.
Yeah, that's the worst part here to play against well-prepared opponents. You're using a lot of time, and even if you find a way to have some peaceful position, then you are struggling on the time. And here the time format is classical, like 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then we have 30 minutes of increment, and the players have 30 seconds of increment from the first move. But still, we have seen so many games being decided in the time scramble. Like, for instance, Krushik's game, I think if he had more time, he would not fall for himself to 96, and he just trapped himself with this move 96, right?
Yeah, the problem in Grishuk's game was that he just had too little time on the clock when the position became very, very sharp. And because of that, he couldn't really calculate all of the lines till the end. And then Andreikin could use, those 15, 20 minutes that he had on the clock to come up with this amazing queen sacrifice. So indeed, as you mentioned, the players start off with a lot of time, but you have to try to spend it wisely. But you want to keep time on the clock for the critical phase. And as we speak, Anish has played the move rook to e1, so keeping the position more flexible. And now, as we mentioned, he still can go for moves like b4 or knight bd2. So let's see what Vitiugov will do here.
It seems like castle should be like natural response here. What do you think about early development of the bishop g4? Because white can also start to play h3 and never allow black to play bishop g4. Which of these two moves from castle on the short side and bishop g4 would be chosen by Nikita here? What do you think?
Yeah, both moves make a lot of sense. Black can also always play a move like a6 to make sure that the bishop can always drop back to a7. Bishop g4 is also a move. Usually white responds to it by moves like h3. And if the bishop goes back to h5, white is happy to go knight d2 to f1 to g3 and put pressure on that bishop that way. But we see that Vitiugov has just castled. So now let's see. I think one of the main moves here, like a4 is one of the main moves. h3 makes sense. White can still play b4 or knight bd2. So lots of options. That's why I think the players are not blitzing out their preparation, because they've probably looked at these lines, but maybe in a different move order. So I think they're just slowly trying to think like, okay, what are the lines I want to avoid, and what are the lines I want to get into.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think personally about Anish Giri? Is he a player who prepares the game against the opponent, just to finding what's the weakness in opponent's repertoire, or he plays the openings where he feels more comfortable and he thinks there's advantage for him?
Yeah, well, the impressive thing about Anish is that he can play lots of types of positions. So we see here that he's very well prepared in e4, but he's also very well prepared in d4. He's also playing, the English. So I think he can really play all sorts of openings, and then he tries to look at his opponent's repertoire. Or like, where does he feel like he has the best chances of getting an advantage, and then prepare in that direction. And a lot of top players are able to do that. So that's really a big strength that he has.
Yeah, I agree with that. Before we switch to the other games to check out how they started, I really wonder what happens here now after knight g4, because this move here attacks the pawn on f2 and bishop also attacks, and it kind of makes me feel that it forces rook to guard f2. Is there any other alternative that white might play here? Or white is still okay with rook e2?
Yeah, I guess white has to go rook to e2 or rook to f1, but I would think rook e2 makes a bit more sense because it leaves the f1 square open for the knight to go to. We mentioned earlier that the knight wants to come to f1 and to g3. And then black needs some sort of justification, because if you go knight g4 and white goes rook e2, white is going to go h3 on the next move, and the knight will have to go back. And then if black doesn't have anything, he's basically lost two moves, right? So that's why that's why Anish has not played the move h3 just yet. So we'll see what Vitiugov will do here. I mean, a6 makes sense. So as you mentioned, the bishop can go back. You can also go knight e7 to g6. That's a very standard maneuver. And what black also very often does is they go bishop e6. So in case white trades on e6, we recapture with the pawn and get this open f-file.
Yeah, very interesting. Opening indeed, and full of the ideas. Shall we take the bird's eye view and check out what can be our next game that we would like to see?
Yeah, for sure. So let's have a look. So I think, another game that's definitely worth checking out is the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So
right. Yeah, this looks very interesting. And also the game right after that in the corner down there, Predke against Yangyi. It's very interesting to me. I've never seen it. Might be some sort of theory, but it looks very interesting, and we can also take a look at that. But first thing first, we should see this game of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Yeah, so this started off as a open Ruy Lopez, and after the so let's see, everything was pretty standard. So d4 by white, b5 and d5 by black, and white played this move c3, which allows black to go bishop e7 and bishop g4. And Maxime played this move queen e1, which looks very odd, right? Because it allows black to trade on f3. But I guess if black trades on f3, white gets a lot of play because the knight immediately comes under attack and it will have to go back. So Shakhriyar did not trade on e4 and he went for castles. And after the move castles, MVL played knight at d4 and black played knight takes e5. And this involves a piece sacrifice because white goes f3, hitting both the knight and the bishop. But Shakhriyar was still playing very, very quickly. So I'm sure that he must have still been aware of all of this. He played the move c5, hitting the knight went back to e2. Bishop h4, hitting the queen on e1. Knight at g3 and rook to e8. So he's sacrificing a full piece on e4. But once again, both players still playing very, very quickly. Shakhriyar has 1:34 on his clock, so I'm sure that he must have looked at this, right?
Yeah, I think so. Otherwise, you just don't really sacrifice the piece that fast. Like you can have this position, but at least I think of, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. And all these moves that he was playing was well planned, and I think it's a work of the work which was done before. And we do know that for the Grand Prix and for a lot of tournaments, his second is Rauf Mamedyarov, who is also quite a sharp player, and Shahrian and Rauf together, that's exactly what we have right now on the board. These two amazing players together, these two minds together with engine for sure as well. This is the result, Benjamin, what we have here, to sacrifice a piece without even thinking.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, I wonder if MVL is already out of his preparation here, or if he's just taking a little bit of time, because as we mentioned, both of them were blitzing, and it seems that MVL is now taking a couple minutes trying to figure out what's going on. I wonder what happened. So I guess we cannot really take the pawn on e4. I guess if we take with the queen, black will have knight f3 check, and then we'll take our queen, and we'll probably get enough pieces, I suspect, even though white has a lot of material for the queen there. So let's have a very quick look. So let's say we take with the pawn on f3, black takes our rook, our queen with his rook, and let's say we recapture with our bishop. We have a rook and two knights for the queen. However, after the move bishop h3, black has a lot of play. The rook is under attack. Our king is also kind of exposed. So I guess that should be fine for Shakhriyar. So taking the pawn on e4 is probably quite risky. And then the question becomes, what else does MVL do here?
Mm-hmm. If bishop takes on e4, this also just pins the bishop and the queen on this file. I believe there is knight, bishop takes on g3, and then f5, or it can be f5 right away as the knight is already pinned on this diagonal.
Yeah, f5 is definitely a move hitting the bishop, because if the bishop moves, then black might have this knight f3 tactic again. But maybe what black can also do after the move bishop takes e4 is the move knight to d3 to hit the queen on e1. And if you take the knight with your bishop, then black is going to take your queen with his rook, and black is winning. So I guess after knight at d3, a lot of tactics come into the position. The queen is under attack, the bishop on c1. As you mentioned, there's always this bishop takes g3, which captures the knight, which is defending this bishop on e4. Yeah. So very difficult to figure out what exactly is going on. So a tricky position for MVL, given the fact that Shakhriyar is still in preparation, and MVL seems to be on his own here.
Yeah, that's right. And this line can continue to knight c1, as the knight on d3 now is hanging. And after rook takes c1, now black can trade the pieces and very likely to push f5, get back the bishop, and look at these pieces on the queen side, and the king is totally exposed. Black has here huge advantage, if not even winning position. So this is the alliance that right now MVL is considering. He's also having 1 hour and 30 minutes. It seems that he was also blitzing. Do you think it's his own preparation, or he was just bluffing?
No, I'm pretty sure that he's still in his home preparation. I would be very surprised if he was bluffing here. And yeah, I wonder. So as we said, taking the pawn on e4 is probably quite risky. Um, but yeah, just to circle back real quick to what you said, I think he's still in his preparation, right? He's playing very, very quickly. The moves that he's making also seem correct, right? I don't think this line is completely new. So I'm sure that he must have still prepared this. I guess if he was bluffing, he would be taking a little bit of time, but he wouldn't blitz out like this because that would just be too risky, right? It's too easy to make a mistake. But
I agree
I'm
with
kind
that.
of sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I just agree with
No.
that.
Right. But I was about to say, I wonder what he wants to do if, let's say, MVL does not take the pawn on e4. Because as we said, it seems pretty risky to take the pawn either with the queen or with the bishop. So what is he going to do if white goes for a move like bishop to e3, right? Just continuing development.
Yeah. Hitting the pawn c5, then hoping to develop the knight next move and bring also the rook into the game. And if the knight gets on d4, this knight additionally attacks the pawn on e4. So yeah, very interesting position indeed. I kind of have a feeling that knight will jump on d3 to hit the queen. And if you trade the knight, then this seems to be very dangerous position with this pawn and d5 and not developed pieces. So after this, seems like white has to move the queen. And queen is also limited. Look at this Benjamin. Queen can't go anywhere else but on d2. And yeah, this is just not looking position when the pieces are located just like that.
Yeah, it's a very tricky position. Black has a lot of activity, but Black also has to prove the compensation. As you mentioned, he is down a piece for the moment. So if Shakir does not play energetically, his position might be quite problematic. But once again, it seems that he's still in his preparation, and MVL is thinking here. So I guess bishop e3 makes a lot of sense. Is there maybe another move that would make sense here for MVL?
Yes. So this our chat feels like it's really scary for MVL, but we have seen him also yesterday in quite difficult position, and just in overall he's very good defender, and he is a very tricky defender. So I'm sure he's not only going to defend the position, but he's also going to prove that he has an extra pieces. He's the one who has the better position, and the engine says that white has, with the correct play, white has advantage, right, Benjamin?
Yeah, white might have the advantage, but it's difficult. It's difficult to prove, especially if Mamedyarov is very well prepared. And also, I'm wondering, right? Maybe Shakir has a very, very strong computer at home that analyzes the position in more depth, and that might show that Black is actually doing fine. So that might be the case here. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. To me, the move bishop e3 makes a lot of sense. So then he can go knight d2 on the next move and get developed. But maybe there's other moves as well. So it's logical that MVL is taking his first real think of the game here. He's almost thinking for 10 minutes now. But this one is going to be very exciting for sure. And I think both players will have plenty of chances because once again, Shakir has all the activity. He's still in his preparation, but MVL is up a piece.
Yes. Very interesting. Also, MVL is, besides the fact that he's a very interesting player, he also is, his person is also quite interesting for chess community and chess fans. I don't know if you heard about this, Benjamin, but when he became a world rapid champion, World Blitz champion, then he dyed his hair to pink because he bet with Joby, who back then had also pink hair, that if he became a world champion in fast time format category, he would dye the hair to pink, and he did it. There was really funny situation, but you see how much chess players are into these beliefs and into the goal and into this achievement. But for this tournament, I have seen some photos that he's back to his natural color hair and he plays with a brown hair.
Yeah, no, those are funny bet. Yeah, I think the pink hair actually looked great on him, but at some point it does grow out. So we see, I think that he's back to his normal dark hair. But yeah, I think Jobava also dyed it. I think Jobava dyed his hair pink before the tournament,
Oh
and
yeah, he did it some time before.
right. It also looked great on Jobava, by the way, but it looked great on Maxime. Unfortunately, now he's back to his standard dark hair. So we'll see how that will affect his chess. I mean, if the storm doesn't go well for him, maybe he needs to go back to the pink hair. What do you think?
I wonder if now his bet is to get the one of the two spots at the candidates. I really wonder what would be the bet in that case. That's the question of what if, and he's a very good candidate for decent chess fans are considering him one of those players from 24 overall participants of the Grand Prix series who will get the last two spot at the candidates tournament 2022, and why this is so important tournament to get at the candidates. That's the way to go to the world championship match versus Magnus Carlsen. So, and while we're talking about the hair colors and the formats of the tournaments, we do have Bishop E3 from Maxim, and we do have Knight D3 from Shahriar. So that's what we have.
Yeah, Shakir is still blitzing out. I'm sure that he's still in his preparation. And as you mentioned, this tournament is super important for a lot of players to try and make it to the candidates tournament. 6 players have qualified already, so there's 2 more spots up for grabs for the players that want to have their chance to fight Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship. And MVL is one of those. He's been among the very best in the world for quite some time already. I think he played in the candidates in 2020/2021. He had a very good first half, but unfortunately, second half wasn't really meant to be for him, so to speak. But he's extremely strong, and it would be great to see him in the candidates storm again.
Yeah, indeed, I remember that too. He was a replacement of Timur Rajabov, who doesn't wanted to play the tournament when the pandemic hit the world, which is reasonable. And now Timur is one of those 6 participants of the candidates tournament. There was really a lot of people felt bad for him and his decision, because getting candidates tournament is not an easy road, as we can see now at this tournament. And he got the spot, he lost the spot because of pandemia, and then was a bit of agreement between himself and FIDE that he would be allowed to play next candidates tournament without any qualifications. So then Maxim was happy to fly for the tournament, but also just to have tournament divided in 2 parts seems like it's just not way it works the right way for the players, right?
Yeah, so the fact that the tournament was stopped midway, it was, I guess, a very weird dynamic for a lot of players, because for more than a year they were preparing for their next round. And for some players they were in really good shape, and when the tournament restarted they were kind of out of that good shape. So I think MVL might have been one of those players, right? Because halfway through the tournament, the first half, he was shared for the lead. He just beat Jan Pomniachtchi in a great game, and then the tournament restarted and he lost that game against Fabiano Caruana. So that definitely didn't work out in the right way for him. But of course, it was a very difficult situation for everyone. And yeah, this so how the Grand Prix works is that it's a series of 3 tournaments in which every player gains points. I think this is MVL's first appearance in the Grand Prix, right?
Yes, this is the first tournament for him. He will play the final Grand Prix as well, which will be back in Berlin right after, like few days after a Grand Prix in Belgrade, so they don't have much of the time to rest or to prepare. But if you are in a good shape, then it's really, really good for the player to just to continue the flow right away and to get as much Grand Prix points as possible to qualify to the Candidates Tournament 2022, which will happen in June in Madrid. So that's also a huge event of this year. And Benjamin, before we go to our first break, why don't we bring another game? Let's pick one and we can try to cover that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Let's see what other games are going on. Let's have a quick look at the game between. Let's have a quick look at the game between Sam Shangland and Alexander Grishuk. So both players are known to be very well prepared in the opening, and this started off as a Nimzo Indian defense. Right, so white opened up with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. Sam played queen c2, sort of the classical main line against the Nimzo. Black castled a3. We saw a trade happen on c3, d5 by Grishuk. And after knight f3, I thought that the main line was always trading on c4. And after white recaptures with the queen, then the move b6. With the idea being of going bishop a6, hitting the queen very quickly, and just going for very quick development. But Grishuk had other intentions. He played the move b6 right away. And after Sam played the move bishop g5, now he traded on c4. Sam recaptured. And once again, I always thought that the main move here was the move bishop a6, hitting the queen. But Grishuk goes for this move c5, which looks kind of surprising because Sam trades on c5, Grishuk recaptures, and now black has his isolated pawn on c5. But I guess if white takes it right away, black wants to go for quick development with knight at d7 and might just be fine. Because the one reason black might be fine here is the fact that the king of white is still on e1. And how is white going to get developed, right? The bishop is still on f1. You still have to make a move like e3, bishop e2, and then get castled. So those are still 3 moves that white has to make to get fully developed. If white gets those moves in, white is almost winning because white's up a pawn, white is a bishop pair. However, that takes a lot of time and black can create counterplay in the meantime.
Yeah, black can try to target at least this pawn with the semi-open file, or white. Black can also target the king. It really depends where the queen goes right now. Then black's pieces can get very active, and black can also use this bishop coming here on a6, just stopping white's pawn getting developed without this cause that white will lose the right to castle. So very interesting ideas here indeed for black, and Sam really did not want to go for it. Instead, he went for knight to d2. I don't know about this theory, and for me, this looks a little bit strange move because it's a developed piece, and I was thinking to develop the bishop now with maybe not e3, maybe g3, bishop g2, and then very quickly castle. But instead, he goes with knight d2. What do you think? Why he played this move? What's the idea of this move?
Yeah, it's a good question. And actually, as we were talking, I saw a funny trick for black here. But so let's say black plays a move like h6, for example, hitting the bishop on g5. Let's say white plays the move bishop h4, right? Which looks very logical. And now let's say we play the move bishop to a6, hitting the queen on c4. Now let's say white captures the pawn on c5, which looks very natural, right?
Yeah,
here,
I know where you're going.
And here we see why we included the move h6. Right here, all of a sudden, black has the move queen takes d2 check.
Oh, right away. Oh, nice.
White has to recapture with the king, and now knight e4 check, hitting the king, and you take the queen on c5, and black will be up a piece. So if this bishop would still be on g5, white could recapture with the bishop, and it wouldn't work. That's why the move h6 would make sense. I guess white will avoid this. Of course, I wonder how exactly, but this is at least a nice trick that Grishuk, he's probably looking at it as well himself.
Yeah, h6 looks the move where you just a little bit wait for your opponent to make a decision or make a mistake. You never know. And also something that you will always need, right? This move h6, just always very useful, especially when white surely is not going to attack the king side, and this pawn probably won't be a target. And just to look for this kind of little tricks is just never bad. Do you think he will play bishop b3 here to increase the pressure on c5? Or it's just too much?
Bishop b3 makes sense, but now it becomes very difficult to develop that bishop on f1, right? Maybe black just plays something like knight at d7, defending the pawn on c5. And if you go g3 now black plays bishop b7, hitting your rook on h1, and you have to make an ugly move like pawn f3. And I feel like that's not really what you want to do, right? So I doubt it. I guess he will go bishop h4. I guess trading on f6 isn't too appealing because black recaptures with the queen and immediately hits the pawn on b2. So I don't know. I feel like Grishuk might get some chances here. Once again, he's ahead in development, and it's not easy for white to get his pieces into the game.
Yeah, right. So this is the move we are waiting from Grishuk. Seeing his interview yesterday after the game, he mentioned that it's very hard time for him due to all this situation, and he said that he is not in a shape to play chess right now, and he thinks that it will not be very successful event. And also he's one of the favorites, of course, of this tournament, but it's also his second leg, so there will be no any more chances for him, as all the participants, 24 participants, can only play 2 tournaments out of 3. He has played already one in Germany. Now this is second time in Serbia, and there'll be that would be all. And Benjamin, this is really heartbreaking for viewers to hear from one of the favorite players that I don't feel that it's my tournament. I don't feel that I can play chess.
Yeah, no, it's a really tough situation, of course, for everyone involved. Yeah, we hope that Grishuk will still be able to show his amazing chess. He's an incredibly talented player, and maybe he can show in this game that he still has chances, to fight for first place in the group. So let's hope that all the players are able to show their best chess. But with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking our very first break of the day. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break. The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150 prize finals in late August. It all gets going at 9 a.m. Pacific on the weekend of Saturday, February 12th, right here on Chess.com.
Yeah, that is indeed one of my favorite online chess events. But another over-the-board chess event is happening right now. 16 players are right now in the one playing venue, competing each other. Let's very quickly take a look at all the games. There are some games that we have not covered yet, and you can pick just one and start to take a look at that. What will be your choice here, Benjamin? Which game would you like to choose?
Maybe we can have a look at the game between Alexis Shirov and Richard Rapport. So this game started off as a Petrov defense, not really something we see a lot from Richard. And after the move knight f6 on move 2, Alexei played this move pawn to d4. So there's a lot of things black can do. Knight c4 is the main move, which is what Richard did. And Shirov played bishop d3, attacking the knight on e4. And Richard played knight c6, forgetting that his knight is under attack. Shirov grabbed the knight, and Richard resigned. Just kidding. If you take the knight, if you take the knight,
I felt for it. I was thinking why he resigned.
Well, if you take the knight on e4, just to show real quick, because everyone might be wondering, like, wait, well, isn't that knight hanging? If you take the knight, black goes pawn d5, hitting the bishop on e4. The bishop only has one square it could go to, which is d3, and then black goes e4, forking the bishop and the knight, and black equalizes. So
yeah,
Shirov did not take on e4. Instead, he took on e5 with his knight. So now Richard took the knight on e5. Here, white can take the knight on e5, but Shirov went for something else. He took the knight on e4. And here, black can move his knight away, let's say. But if the black goes to c6, for example, then white goes d5, attacking that knight, and white gets a huge initiative. So Rapport didn't do that. Instead of that, he played the move d5, hitting the bishop on e4. Now, if the bishop moves anywhere, the knight can capture it. So instead of that, Shirov took the knight on e5, Richard took on e4, and now Shirov traded the queens on d8. So interesting position. Here we see that black's king is slightly more exposed because it is on d8. It's lost its right to castle. However, black does have the two bishops. So white played knight to c3, black played bishop b4, pinning the knight on c3. And here white has some options. I guess maybe the critical continuation is to go bishop g5 check. The only move I see here for black that makes sense is to go king to e8. And then white can go queenside castle and threaten checkmate on d8 and also hit the pawn on e4. But maybe Richard still has all of this prepared because it is 1:29 on the clock. So what do you think he wants to do after this move, queenside castles?
Oh wow, that was really nice line. I think white was better in that line. Then I was thinking, how about to bring this king? But this is so artificial to bring. This is too much to bring king over here, right? Like, I mean, I give up my pawn, but I can also take this pawn. I'm not sure, Benjamin, if this is safe for the king to be in the center.
Yeah, no, it feels really risky to sit the king on e5. So I doubt that that's what Richard is going for. So I think he's just going to play more conservatively with the move king to e8. And I think Shirov is going to castle anyway, because as we mentioned, Black does not have time to go for a move like bishop takes c3, because then rook d8 will be checkmate. So Black has to address that first, and it's not easy. Let's say you play a move like bishop f5, defending the pawn on e4 and defending the d8 square. Now white can go knight at d5, hitting the bishop on b4 and the pawn on c7, and white gets a big initiative. So maybe what Black should do is go bishop g4, hitting the rook on d1, defending the d8 square at the same time.
Yeah, that looks very tempting to do it. How about bishop d4 to attack these pawns? But now Black has time at least to give up one pawn and ruin the pawn structure on the queen side, and then try to create maybe some passer here, or you don't even need to give up the central pawn. Anything else Black can do here? Maybe.
Yeah, I guess after rook to d4, Black is forced to trade on c3. White has to recapture, and here the position is still tricky. Let's say Black plays a move like bishop b6 or the move bishop or bishop f5 to defend the pawn on e4. All of a sudden, White goes rook h d1, and Black would be completely fine here if not for the problem that it's very tough to stop rook d8 checkmate. So maybe what Black should do instead, after White recaptures on c3, is play the move h6 first to attack the bishop on g5. Now let's say White plays bishop h4, right? This looks like it's pretty much the same thing. But if Black goes bishop f5 now and White goes rook h d1, Black has this move g5 available to him, blocking the diagonal of the bishop, and Black should be completely fine here. So maybe the one thing White can try after the move h6 is to go rook takes e4 first to attack the bishop on g4. And once again, things are not that easy for Black, but I guess there should be one way for Black to equalize here, since Richard is playing so fast.
Yeah, he clearly knows this happening, as he spent like 1 minute from starting, and also the increment that he got for all these moves. This is move right now we have bishop on b4, move 9, and you know, it's the position is so risky. White has so many mating threads. You don't really go there unless you know it's safe and unless you know it's a computer line, and in the end it's just fine. But what do you think, like all these lines we saw, it's is that something that Black is aiming to win? Like we saw some lines where Black has to hold the position, and what do you think why Rapport choose this kind of opening with Black?
It's a good question, yeah, because it's not really to Rapport's style. Also, he drew the first round, so you would expect him normally to take a little bit more risk, because that's what he usually does. He likes to play unconventional chess with chances for both sides. So I don't know, maybe he just felt like playing solid today. Sometimes that's the way it goes, and maybe he feels like Shirov is such an aggressive player that Shirov will somehow create chances for both sides.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes you just wait for your opponent because you know that they are the one who will not be happy with the equal position or draw as a result. And we do have this player cards, and I just see that Alexei is 49 years old, and I believe he's the oldest participant of the Grand Prix 2022, and even at this very competitive field where he's not the youngest, and you know, when you're young you have a lot of benefits, starting with the energy and so on. He's still giving hard time to everyone.
Yeah, no, it's incredible how he managed to make his way back all the way to 2700 in the FIDE Grand Prix. I think a couple of years ago his rating was something like 2630 And for a lot of players, you think like, okay, if once their rating starts declining, how are they ever going to come back? But once again, it's incredible how he made this comeback all the way to 2,700. He played very, very well in the Grand Swiss in Latvia, and that gave him the spot here in the FIDE Grand Prix. But yeah, in the first leg in Berlin, he had quite a tough time. I think he came last in the group, so let's hope for him that he will manage to do better this time.
Yeah. He was one of the last in the group, and I think that was the main reason what you just mentioned earlier, that Richard is now looking for Shirov to start to spice up the things a little bit here. So he wanted to be very creative. He was the one who was attacking the most of the games, and then the opponents were using this. So we're gonna come back in here. They're still thinking. Shirov is really down to 46 minutes right now. How about to take another games that we have not covered yet? And oh, Benjamin, I see that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Shafir Mamedyarov, that's down there the board. It's just happened as we mentioned, the knights and the bishop is off the board. We're gonna get in there, but how about we just take a look at the game of Predke and Yangyi.
Yeah, let's have a look at that game as well. So this game actually started off in the same fashion as the game we just looked at between Alexei Shirov and Richard Rapport. So it was also a Petrov defense. And after the move knight f6, white also played this move d4. Yangyi captured on e4, bishop d3, knight is c6. Now we know why white can capture the knight on e4, but it's now winning for white. So Predke also played knight takes c5, and after knight takes c5, here Shirov.
One last detail here, some players might think like, hold on, I have queen e2 and this is pin, so I cannot take it. So what's the answer we have to this move, Benjamin?
I guess after queen e2, maybe we just play the move queen e7, neutralize that pin, defend the pawn on e4, and that way black is simply still going to win the piece back. And now black might even get an advantage because the pawn on d4 is also hanging in a lot of variations.
Right. So instead of this, I learned something new here. I started to learn e4, e5 for my commentary work, because I'm a d4 player, always played d4 and don't know much of the details with one e4. So I was like, okay, it's time to start, and I'm just starting it, and this is very useful for me, and I hope for many of our viewers as well who are playing e4. So here there is a bit of difference. There's no d5. Right? No, actually, whites did not take this knight. Whites took this knight in this position. That's the difference, right?
Indeed, that's a difference. Yeah, as we saw before, Shirov did capture the knight on e4, but Predke has other intentions. He takes a knight on e5. So now Yangyi played knight to c5, hitting the bishop on d3. So Predke wants to keep it on the board. He goes bishop to c4, d6 by black. Here, white played queen f3, going for the very simple threat of queen takes f7. So black goes. I think we've all lost games like that, right? When we were kids and just starting out. So
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. You were quiet for a second. You were like, speak for yourself. Like
I don't remember it, to be honest, but for sure I was going for it. We call this a baby checkmate in my
baby
language.
Checkmate.
Baby checkmate.
Oh, nice.
I don't know why, but or
in my language, we call it the herders checkmate. Yeah,
herders.
I think. Yeah, for some reason it's called that way. Yeah. Anyways,
yeah, that's an interesting topic for our chats that you bring up that topic. We have viewers from around the world, and it's so interesting to know. I'm sure that there is a many variation of this checkmate, which is the first thing that everyone learns when they learn chess. They learn these checkmates, and it is called in many languages with many different names. So
yeah.
Let us know in the chat what's how you guys call it.
Yeah, we see that Anna Maya is in the chat. I think, yeah, she can attest to that. It is called the herder's checkmate. But anyway, after the move queen f3, Knight e6 was played by Yangyi to stop queen takes f7. White took on d6. Yangyi recaptured with the bishop. Bishop e3 by white. Bishop d7 by black. Bishop to d5, hitting the pawn. On b7, black played c6. Bit surprising that he spent two moves provoking the move c6, and then after castles, white is thinking. So I guess maybe he wants to go knight to c3 and queenside castles to put a lot of pressure on both the bishops on the d file, since now they are a little bit loose. But I don't know, Predke seems to be thinking here, I feel like black should be fine in the current position.
I like this knight c3 and long castle idea more than short castle, because it's the position gets very sharp elements with it. Otherwise, if white goes on the short castle, the pawn structure is so similar, it's so symmetrical. We might not have much of the fireworks in here, but it can be the other way. When white castles on the short side, it definitely means that they will start to attack on the flanks, and it can get really interesting. So I personally hope to see long castle in this game. Otherwise, it can be really peaceful game.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, I think if white just castles kingside, black should be completely fine. Position is completely symmetrical, but if white goes for queenside castles, we might see a lot of fireworks. White will probably start pushing on the king side, and black also has this counterplay. You can go b5, hit the bishop on c4 in one go, and maybe followed up with a5, a4, and that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. So yeah, is there perhaps? So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this game will play out. Is there another game that we haven't looked at yet that you feel is worth checking out?
Yes, there are a couple more games that we have not checked out. Let's bring the bird's-eye view and take a look of all the games. So far, we have still all the games in progress. We have not checked the game of Tabatabai and Harikrishna. That's the top board in the corner, and we did not see the game of Vidit, who is the leader in his group, against Fedosev, who had very good tournament in the first leg of the Grand Prix. So which one would you prefer to go at the beginning for the first?
Yeah, maybe we can very quickly check out that game that you mentioned between Tabatabai and Harikrishna. So this game started off as a Caro-Kann, where e4, c6 by black, d4, d5, and it's quite interesting. White plays the classical main line with knight d2. Knight d2 and knight c3 lead generally to the same thing because black trades on e4. And here black has some options. Traditionally, the main line has always been bishop to f5. I think Anatoly Karpov really used this move knight to d7. But nowadays, this move knight f6 has really become very popular. And after white trades, black recaptures with the e-pawn. And to me, this has always looked a bit strange. Like, why would black do this, right? Because black has these double pawns on the f-file, and white has sort of half a pawn advantage, because white has a 4 versus 3 majority on the queen side, and black has 3.5 versus 3 on the king side, right? However, this line seems to be working perfectly fine for black. And after c3, bishop d6, bishop d3, castles, white goes queen to c2, hitting the pawn on h7, which is a little bit awkward to defend. If black would already have the knight on d7 after rook e8 check, knight e2, black could play the move knight to f8. However, here black has to make a concession, right? If black plays a move like g6, white can very quickly start an attack with h4, h5, and this generally becomes very dangerous. So the move that has recently become very popular is this move h5, but Harikrishna has other intentions. He plays the move h6. All right, so Tabatabai plays castles, knight at d7 was played, bishop d2, knight f8, and after rook ae1, black played queen c7, hitting the pawn on h2, so h3 was played, and bishop e6. So I feel like white should be a little bit better, because once again, white is this majority in the center and on the queen side, and black's extra pawn on the king side feels rather useless. However, I guess Harikrishna has looked at this and feels like this position should be fine for him.
Mhm. Yeah, and as most of the current positions for black, it seems that black is not decided. Starts with very active play and with a lot of space. As you can see now, all the black pieces are on the 6th rank. However, with a very good preparation, with a knowledge of the ideas here, you feel really safe and you know that this is a safe position. And also look at the time of Harikrishna. This is his home preparation. He knows all these moves and ideas. Otherwise, he would not really play so fast. And as I remember here for black, there are some sort of like king side pawn push. Can start with a5. It can also go to b5 here. Even we mentioned this. White has an extra pawn on the queen side. Black can start to push those pawns like in Carlsbad structure to provocate white's pieces and to create then some targets to attack. So for now, maybe all the pieces are the 7th rank, but I think we might have some. We might see here some queen side pawn attack from black side.
Yeah, I think the moves that you mentioned make a lot of sense. So black very often does go for a5, a4, or b5 to restrict white's majority a little bit and try to play on those light squares. Yeah, so we'll see how this game will play out. Both of them lost the first round, so if they want to have chances of winning this group, I think this is a must-win game for both of the players. What do you think?
It is must win because other players are also playing, and a person who is a leader in this group can also win, and it would be so hard to stop. And here we have the players, very strong players. Whenever they need a draw, it's not a problem for them to achieve a draw with any of the colors because of the knowledge of the theories. They never really fell to the bad position. Benjamin, after bishop e6, we have several more moves, which is very interesting. We have f4. White started to play very active, and white decided to start the attack. It was the right time, and black answered with a counter attack in the center to open up a little bit of the files for the pieces. We have f5. Bishop is now under attack. Bishop goes on d7, perhaps later wants to come on this diagonal, and we have d takes c5, queen takes c5 with a check, and knight jumps on d4 to cover the check. And this is currently the position in this game.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this pawn push to f5 because it opens up a lot of squares. First of all, this king on g1 becomes kind of vulnerable. If black ever gets a battery, like let's say black plays a move like bishop c7, right, followed by queen d6, that could be very dangerous because h2 might not be easy to protect. So that's something Harikrishna could consider. Furthermore, the pawn on f5 could simply be a weakness, but also it weakens the e5 square potentially. If black ever puts a piece there, then that can never be challenged by any of white's pieces. Yeah. And maybe in some cases the knight can come out at h7 and then g5. So I feel like pushing this pawn all the way to f5 has been more weakening rather than strengthening white's position. So I think Harikrishna cannot be too unhappy about that. So yeah, let's see how he will proceed from here. Maybe just bringing more pieces into the game with moves like rook 88, I guess, makes sense.
Yeah, right. I really like here black's position. I see a lot of ideas. I just imagine if knight can get on e5 square, this piece will be just super dangerous for white. And why Tabatabai went for this? Is he's going to start some sort of king side attack by sacrificing some pieces, or it's just not the right time to do it?
Yeah, it feels like it's not the right time to do it just yet. And yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well why he pushed this pawn all the way to f5. It really, once again, opens up so many squares for the black pieces. So we'll see how Harikrishna will try to take advantage of the squares that have just been created for him.
Yeah, and Benjamin, this position is quite calm, not too much of the attack, and tactical position, as Harikrishna is the one who has really a hard situation, as he's, I think, still covering from heartbreaking lose from yesterday. He blundered or move 14th, was it 14th? He blundered so badly that he never had a chance to fight back, and he lost the game, let's say in about 1 hour, 1.5 hours, which is so hard to proceed for the next rounds. And this kind of positions, like why he started to play c6, I believe that he just wanted to have some sort of like guarantees that there will be no crazy lines or attacks, and he could play some peaceful chess with a bit of maneuvering pieces around. So I believe he's happy here in this position.
Yeah, no, he can be quite happy with the outcome of the opening. And yeah, as you mentioned, he had a very tough loss yesterday. It felt like, the position should be more or less balanced, maybe a little bit better for white. And then he made this terrible blunder where he completely overlooked Vitiugov's response. So Vitiugov managed to win that game. And because of that, he is currently sharing the lead with Anish Giri. But maybe we can pull up the bird's eye view again. Because is there maybe a game that you want to have a look at?
The game which I want to look is, I want to look all the games at the same time, because I see something crazy going on in the game of Vachier-Lagrave and Mamedyarov. Look at this. We have not covered still one game, I think, Andreikin, that also looks very interesting as setup. And the game of Anish Giri and Vitiugov is also looking very interesting. So it's your decision, it is your decision to choose a game, and we will just go in there.
All right, let's have a look at the game between Etienne Bacrot and Dmitry Andreikin, because as you mentioned, we haven't had a look yet at that game. So this started off as a Rue low pass. Andreikin played a6, and after bishop a4, he played the move d6. So this is called the delayed Steinitz. Black plays a6, bishop a4 first before going d6. White castled, and after bishop d7, Bacrot played the move c3. So he wants to build a big center with both pawns on e4 and d4. Black played g6, d4, bishop g7. So now it starts looking a little bit like a mix of a Rue low pass and a King's Indian.
Oh yeah, I thought it was King's Indian when I saw the game, and I was like, it's going to be very interesting variation, as all the King's, most of the King's Indians are so sharp and full of some tactical motives.
Yeah, no, this game is going to be very exciting for sure as well. So Bacrot played rook d1 and knight d2. Castles was played h3. Nice move by Bacrot. He's making sure that the bishop cannot come to g4 and put pressure on the knight and f3, which is defending white center. So Andreikin played the move rook to e8, putting pressure on the pawn on e4. So Bacrot played bishop c2, defending that pawn. So after queen to e7, now he can safely play knight f1. So queen f8 was played by Andreikin, bishop g5, putting some pressure on the knight on f6. h6 was played, the bishop dropped back to d2. And after rook 88, here Bacrot played d5, hitting the knight on c6. Knight e7 was played, and c4 expanding on the queen side. Knight h5 by Andreikin. So I guess Andreikin wants to go f5 quite quickly, and Bacrot just played the move b4. So I wonder, do you think Black can play the move f5 here? Because that's really what the King's Indian revolves around, right? Like, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, f5 seems to be quite tempting here, then to try to push f4, g5, and at g4 right away. This knight might be the wrong place here, as Black would like to have the pawn on h5 to push then to g4. This seems to be the common plan here. But white gonna also start to create some targets here on the queen side. But I'm not really sure of the coordination of white pieces. Usually knight is on d2 and knight gets on c4 to target this one. But here this is not really possible. So the bishop is here really wrong, at the wrong place. White really wishes to have this bishop here at some points. This bishop gets on the diagonal once again to hit this pawn. And also from black side, this f4 g5 looks very nice. It's coming right away, but the knight here is at the wrong place, and then you can't even push h5 as the pawn on j5 will be hanging. So seems like there is some ideas, but they're not so easy to deliver it, and you need to prepare it somehow, right?
Yeah, no, you mentioned lots of nice ideas. I think f5 is the move he's probably going to go for, because as you mentioned, he's putting pressure on the center, but also there's this idea of going f4. And then what black can do is actually move the knight from h5 back to f6 and then go g5 and g4. And if white stops it, then he always has to move h5. And white has already played this move h3, right, which can serve as a hook for black. If black will ever get the move g4 in, he will open up the king side with a lot of force. So maybe what Bacro should do after the move f5 is maybe just take it, right? Not to allow black to go f4. I guess maybe Andreikin wants to recapture with and if black recaptures the pawn, black would be doing fine, normally speaking. But white has this tactic: knight takes e5, taking the pawn, and if black recaptures, then this knight on h5 is hanging. So maybe all of that doesn't work, and maybe Andreikin has to capture either with the knight or with the bishop.
And Benjamin, this position here, which we have, it's the engine says that it's still white's advantage because of the king is without dark square bishop. There is no pawn in front of it, so there's no shelter for this king. h6 pawn will be also dropped, and in some cases, if black tries to guard this pawn, this just walks on this diagonal, and then white can try to start to attack this pawn with all the forces. The bishop can get on c3 and on this diagonal, so this is a full compensation for sure. And it's after it takes f5, it makes me feel that maybe black has to take it rather with a bishop or with the knights to jump maybe on d4 at some point.
Yeah, I like that suggestion that you made, maybe taking with a knight. And actually, as we speak, the move f5 is on the board, so I'm sure that now Bacro is considering the trade on f5. And yeah, in the position that you just showed, I feel like white just has too much compensation. So it seems like pawn takes f5 is sort of out of the question. So I wonder, like, maybe bishop takes is possible. Although I guess if white takes, then knight takes f5. If knight takes f5, black also has to be careful that white doesn't have to move g4, which would actually fork both of the knights. I'm sure that black has some way to complicate the game, right? Maybe with moves like e4, hitting the rook on a1 and hitting the knight on f3. This will all get very, very complicated. Who knows what's going on? And I also like the fact that Andreikin is up half an hour on the clock, right? We saw how yesterday he managed to outplay Grishuk in the complications with his time advantage. So this one is going to be very exciting for sure, I think.
Yes, and this game is very important for Andreikin. He started the first Grand Prix, first leg for him with a victory. And we started this stream with that. We don't know much about him, but he's quite talented player, 2 times Russian champion and grandmaster at his 17 years. All this information now you can see all the top players at chess.com/players. Myself, I love to go there and learn more about the players. There are also some games, some best games. I think there's your bio to end the game. I'm going to take a look closer at that, Benjamin. So this is his first tournament. He just came. He had to play first leg, but he had a COVID, so he just came back now with full strength, and he started really nicely. So second game is very important. If he wins this game, then we can consider him to be really serious danger for rest of the team in the group. And while we're talking about Andreikin, I see that you have a result. Let's bring the view here, and this is the game. Shirov Rapport. They made a draw.
Yeah, so we left off after the move bishop b4. Bishop d2 was played by Shirov. A trade happened on c3. So now the players had the opposite color bishops. Rapport played king to e7, long castles, and bishop f5. So he's defending the pawn on e4, bring the bishop out first, and the king can always sit very safely on the e6 square. So white played rook to d4, rook hd8, hd1. So there went the first pair of rooks. Rook takes d4, rook d8, bishop b4, king e8. And there went the second pair of rooks. And it was clear around this point that the game was headed for a draw, bishop f8, g6. So what both of the players did is they just put the pawns, like put all of his pawns on the light square so they could never be attacked.
Yes.
And we can just go through the rest of the moves real quickly, but nothing really happened. And once again, it was clear that this game was just headed for a draw. So as soon as the players reached move 30, black offered a draw, and a draw was agreed. So a very peaceful result here, the very first result we have of round number 2. But
unexpected. Sorry to cut you there, but it was really unexpected because I really hoped that Shirov versus Rapport could be like a fire on the board, but we see the opposite of it, Benjamin.
Yeah, no, I was expecting this game to be very exciting as well. Rapport, once again, he's known to be a very creative player, but he's also become more solid in recent years, and which is kind of what you have to do when you're playing in all these top events. But yeah, this was not really what we expected, but it's the first result of the games of the day. There's still 7 more exciting games going on. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back at the second round of FIDE Grand Prix 2022. This is a second leg of the Grand Prix circle, and we are happy to bring you back at the games. So Benjamin, we have a very exciting game happening right now between Anish Giri and Vitiugov. They both won the first match in their group, and the winner of this game will be then sole leader of the group and gonna have big chance to qualify to the next stages.
Yeah, yesterday Anish won a great game with the white pieces against Tabatabai in the Italian. In this game, he's going for the Italian again, and it's looking great for him right now. He's just played the move rook to e4. So I guess with this move, he wants to bring the other rook to e1, put a lot of pressure on this pawn on e5, and I don't really see what black can do in the meantime. I mean, all of Anish's pieces look really active. I guess if black ever takes on d4, feels like that should always backfire. Like maybe we just recapture with our own pawn, and then next time we bring the rook to e1 to put a lot of pressure on this bishop. And look at these bishops. This bishop on a3 is controlling a lot of squares along this diagonal, and the bishop on c4 is putting a lot of pressure on the knight on d5, the bishop on e6. So I really like Anish's position, and also he's up a lot of time on the clock. He has 1 hour and 12 minutes, and Vitiugov down to 36 minutes. So that's almost a 40-minute advantage for Anish. And as you mentioned, if he wins this game, he has great chances of winning the group.
Yeah, and then Anish Giri is a player I choose for my fantasy team. So okay. Let's see what happens. What happened here, because we're about to witness very good preparation of Anish Giri and a very good theory. So for the players who play this opening, this can be very good sort of direction for you to see out of this position, which looks quite normal, quite calm, and just a general position. He got a really good position and the advantage. So here we had bishop e6, a quite natural move and idea, and he went for b3.
Yeah, b3, quite a surprising move. I wonder if black trades on c4, how he was going to recapture. I mean, you could like really every capture makes sense, but maybe with the b pawn, because then look at white's center. White is really controlling every square on d5, b5, d4, and c4. Like sometimes double pawns are actually more of an asset than a liability. So instead of that, Vitiugov played the move d5, but it feels like this might have backfired a little bit, because once again, after the trade, this pawn on e5 always becomes a target. Anish played knight e4, hitting the bishop on c5, but also making sure that the pawn on c3 is always protected. And then after bishop e6, he played this very surprising move, queen to d2. And you might be wondering, like, wait, isn't he blocking his own bishop on c1? Well, that bishop is going to come into the game later on a3. So Vitiugov played queen to c8. Maybe he's hinting at a bishop takes h3 sacrifice. So Anish played knight at g3. Once again, putting more pressure on that pawn on e5. Vitiugov played f6 for that reason. But with the move f6, now the bishop on e6 becomes a little bit loose. So what does Anish do? He plays the move d4, striking in the center. Queen to d7 by Vitiugov. Bishop a3, hitting that rook on f8. Vitiugov went to f7. And the reason why he went to f7 is that if Anish ever trades on e5, now he can recapture with the pawn and he opens up his rook, right? That's why he didn't move the rook to, let's say, e8. And Anish played the move rook e4, but now Vitiugov, I like the move that he's played. He played the move a4, putting pressure on the pawn on b3. And if he manages to trade, he opens up the attack of his rook to the bishop on a3. And you can play the move b4 here, but then you're blocking your own bishop on a3. So how do you feel Anish should deal with this move?
He might just ignore that, because after a takes b, the bishop on a3 will not be hanging. So that's one choice for white. Another choice is to start some trades in the center and open up the files, for instance, starting with d takes, f takes, and then rook d1, or rook d1 right away to threaten e5. And I think he made a move. He made b4. unbelievable. 2 days in a row, this guy plays b4 move out of nowhere and he keeps the advantage. That's very interesting, Benjamin. Why he closed the bishop on a3? This bishop doesn't look good.
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess he was just worried about this move, pawn takes b3. But indeed, now the bishop on a3 is closed. I like the fact that he's playing quickly, trying to keep the pressure on Richard. So what do you think Richard should do here? Maybe move like rook to e8, bringing another piece into the game to solidify the position.
Yeah, very often we just players think under the pressure when an opponent plays very fast and very active. For sure, now Nikita here thinks that he's not very. He doesn't have very good position. He's a little bit defender side than to be the one who creates an attack, and on top of it Giri plays very fast. Do you think he might have some sort of like pressure that he knows that he is probably in his home preparation?
Yeah, no, he must realize that he is putting his opponent under a lot of pressure, and generally the way to keep that pressure up is to keep playing fast. So I guess that's what he's doing here, and maybe he was also thinking when Vitiugov was thinking. So he might be thinking like, okay, what if he plays a4, right? And then as soon as the move a4 is on the board, he knows like, okay, I spent, let's say 10 minutes thinking on my opponent's time, and that allows him to play the move b4 quickly. And yeah, the position is very, very complicated. So the fact that Vitiugov is down to 33 minutes might definitely be a factor later on. It does not seem easy for Black to navigate through all the complications, because it feels like trading on d4 now is still to White's advantage, because I guess we take with the pawn and still rook a1 is coming, and it's very difficult to deal with this bishop on e6, because it cannot really move to f5, then it will always be taken by the knight, and where's it going to go, right?
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of pressure here in this file, and at the right moment after before if rook gets out of the pin and the king also gets out of the pin, White gonna have b5, very strong move, hitting the knight, and this bishop will be once again open. So by playing b4, I think not too many things change, because he can still push this pawn forward whenever he needs. So this is sort of threat. And we know that threats are even worse. So you have to always watch out for this move, and there can be something like intermediate move which can win a game. So basically, not too much things really changed here, and he spent quite a lot of time to come up with a4, and White responded right away with a b4. So yeah, that's a very nice strategy to play on and to think on opponent's time.
Yeah, I really think it's probably the best strategy. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi does it quite a lot. That's why he's able to play so quickly. So I think Anish has great chances to win this game, especially given the fact that Vitiugov is already down to 32 minutes, and he has 22 more moves to make until the time control, when he will receive an additional half an hour. So this one is looking good for Anish. Is there perhaps another game that you want to have a look at?
Yes, there is. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view. The next game I would love to say is Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Shafir Mamedyarov. I think this is a very exciting game of the second round. And in the game of Etienne Bacro and Dmitry Andreikin, we see after a5, Bacro decided not to allow the kingside attack and captured f5 pawn. That's the game on the top, on the left side. So things gonna get really complicated in that game as well. And oh no, we have not covered the game of Vidit and Fedosiev.
Oh, we've not covered that game at all. Well, I guess we have to we have to update our viewers then about what's happening there. Let's try to pull it up. So this game started off as a Queen C2 Nimzo as well. Same opening that we saw in Shankland against Grishuk. So yeah, pretty much all the same moves. And actually we see a deviation on move 6. So Fedosiev plays this move b6. It's actually the same move that he played yesterday against Rapport. Bishop g5 was played by VD. Bishop b7, f3, d5 by Black. So d5 is played because with the move f3, White wants to build a big center with e4. So black prevents that with d5. Vidit trades. Fedoshev recaptures e3 by white. Rook to e8. Bishop e5 by white. And black played c6. So white wanted to provoke the move c6 because he feels like it's a weakness. He dropped the bishop back to a4. And after knight bd7, he went knight to e2. So quite an interesting strategic position. White has the two bishops. Also, this pawn at c6 is a bit of a weakness. But on the flip side, this pawn on e3 can also become a weakness in many positions because the pawn is on f3, so it's not protected by its neighbor. So what do you think are the things that both players are looking at?
I used to play this opening quite a lot when I was a junior player, and I really liked it for white. As for now, this looks a little bit shaky position for white because of the center, but the bishop gets back on f2 to support this pawn, and in the future d4 pawn as well. So another bishop can also come on e4. After castling, white can also bring the rook on e4. So the idea here, after bishop c2 and the castle, is to push a pawn on e4, get more space advantage. Then if opponent allows you to push e5 and to start the attack on the king side, you can also do with f4, f5. So this is the dream scenario for white, and of course black should not just sit back and sleep, and black should first of all stop the pawn coming forwards to e4, and if white anyway manages that to pawn push, then black has to strike back in the center with c5 and try to bring the tension in the center and open up more pieces. So quite double-edged position here, and a lot of ideas here. We have a couple more moves. Bishop a6. This stops white castling at any side, as the knight on e2 will be hanging. So bishop d1 is not the pretty looking move. Vidit decided to bring this bishop to d1. He could do also queen d2 or queen c2, but that's how he decided to continue to play. And now bishop f2 as the pawn was hanging, and c5 right away was played, and queen d2. We have this position on the board.
Yeah, so it'll be quite interesting to see how this one will proceed. I feel like if white manages to castle and consolidate position, he should be quite a bit better because he has the two bishops and maybe a slightly better pawn structure. But I guess after queen e2, maybe what Fedoshev can do is take on d4. And here white has a decision to make. You don't really want to take with the e-pawn because this opens up the e-file and it looks quite risky. And if you take with the knight, then you cannot castle on the next move. That's one thing. But black also has moves like knight to e5. The knight could come to d3 or to c4, putting a lot of pressure on the queen and the pawn on e3. So I guess that's what Fedoshev should go for, because if you make a random move like rook to c8, maybe white will maybe white can consider castling, because if you take on d4, white in many variations can take with the e-pawn. Because if you take on e2 now, white has rook fe1. He will get back the bishop on e2, and then white will have the two bishops against the two knights, and white should have a very pleasant advantage.
Oh, that's a tricky sacrifice. And then white gets two pair of bishop, and for sure that's better than two knights in this position. So you think that this is a time when black has to use the momentum and take the pawn on d4, otherwise white is just about to castle.
Indeed, yeah. Fedoshev has to do something quickly. Otherwise, I think Vidit should have a strategic advantage. So let's see what I mean. To me, trading on the maybe actually, we talked about this before. Maybe after queen d2, if black takes on d4, maybe we have to take with the pawn to make sure that this knight on d7 is restricted and it cannot jump to c5 or e5. And as we saw, if black goes rook c8, which looks like a natural move, then we can castle, and we always have this move rook to e1. So maybe that's what Vidit should go for, even though it looks a little bit risky.
Yeah, to take with a knight after to take with a pawn, right? To take with a pawn.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, I was thinking, if we take with the pawn, maybe what black will do is take on e2 now. White takes with the bishop, because now white cannot castle, because the bishop is already on e2, right? So if black makes a move like rook aca now, then what is white gonna do, right? We cannot castle, and here, even though we have the two bishops, we're stuck in the center. So maybe this is something Fedoseev can consider.
Yeah, I'm so surprised to see that engine still keeps white's advantage here, because it's so hard to even find a move here for white. You cannot play rook c1 to try to fight for the open file, as this will be a checkmate actually here after capturing the rook. You cannot castle. This bishop can go on h4, but it doesn't really create anything, and still engine likes this position for white.
Right, yeah, it's a good question. Maybe what white could consider is something like g3, and then to go king of one, move the bishop, and then king g2. And once again, long term, white holds all the trumps because he has the two bishops against the two knights, but it's difficult to completely consolidate the position here. So let's see how this one will proceed. I think Fedoseev should trade on d4.
Right, we're gonna keep the eye on this game. Let's bring once again our bird's eye view, and finally we have to check this game. Look at this. Shahar Mamedyarov just played g5. He's going all in.
Holy smokes, what is happening there? So I think last time we looked was when white played bishop to e3. Black jumped right in with the knight to d3. White traded. Black took with the pawn, putting a lot of pressure along the e-file. So MVL stepped out of it with the move queen f2, and now Shaq realized that the pawn on f7 was under attack. So he played the move f5. MVL develops with knight at d2. Shaq goes bishop e2, hitting the rook on f1. And after MVL played the natural rook f1, he plays the move g5. And I don't see, how can we stop the move f4 from black?
G5, look at this move, and look at the position of black being so active with these bishops. These bishops are controlling so much of the diagonals and the white boards. The pawn on d3 holds the pieces together. Now this is a serious threat, winning piece back, and if black manages to win a piece back, there will be still quite active pieces for black, and no material loose. So is there a move like oh, hold on, this pawn is hanging. Is
yeah,
it possible to take?
Yeah, we could consider taking the pawn on c5 with our bishop. Black is going to go f4, pin the knight, hit the knight, which is pinned. And I guess the real threat is, like, let's say white plays a move like bishop d4, right? Then black doesn't take on g3 right away, because if he does so, white's going to take with pawn, and all of a sudden this bishop on h4 is trapped. So I think what black will do after the move bishop d4 is prepare the capture on g3 with a move like queen to d6, add another attacker, because this knight still cannot move, it cannot be defended. And if white ever moves the knight with, let's say, knight f5, this looks great, right? Because we hit the queen on d6. But black always takes on f2 with check. So the position can really get out of hand here for MVL. There's no easy options. I was also looking at the move queen takes f5 after g5, but that always hangs the bishop on e3. So very tricky position.
Indeed, very tricky position. Rook e3 can happen, but now white can claim that, okay, I gave you a piece back, but also your king is a bit exposed with g5, and this king can be under threat. And now white can also take another pawn. So is that a chance for white? Oh, no.
No, he hasn't moved yet, right? So let's see. After queen takes f5, rook. Yeah, after rook takes e3, it looks very tricky because this knight on g3 is under attack. Black has the two bishops. So I feel like if you don't do anything here quickly, white might just be lost because black's up pawn, has the two bishops. So I don't know what he should do. We cannot stop f4 if And if Black gets that move in, I guess if White goes knight f3, we go f4 anyway, and all the problems still remain.
Knight f3 and f4. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Oh yeah, just imagine if Black captures this bishop with a pawn, and those two pawns will be just very, very close to be queens.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I guess if White takes on h4, Black's pawn takes e3, hitting the queen, and he can always recapture the knight on h4. And once again, this is quite a mess, but it feels like it should all work out in Black's favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is the position right now. And Shocker goes with g5.
Right, and it kind of makes me wonder, like yesterday, MVL got into a lot of trouble with the white pieces against Predke, and now it seems that he might be under a lot of pressure with White again against Shakriyar. So, I don't know, do you think maybe something is wrong with his preparation, or what do you think it is?
You know, we started to talk about the candidates tournament, the last candidates tournament, and we mentioned about being in form. So there are so many factors that we might don't know. It can be some private matters. It can be, I don't know, bad sleep or bad preparation, or many more things. Like sometimes players are getting, when they change the countries and the cities, with the food, they are not really getting along. So there can be some like personal issues that for sure this is not the unreal. We know this is quite heavy start for him, and you know, if he's not going to get in shape really soon, the tournament will be over for him, because this is a knockout system, and out of 4 players in one group, only one can qualify. And being not in shape for the start, then it's going to be really hard to win in the last rounds. It's just super hard to win in the last rounds.
Indeed, yeah, the tournament is quite short. It's only 6 rounds, and you have to win your group. So you really have to try to get off to a good start. And actually, I saw an interesting suggestion in the chat. Also, want to give a big shout out to everyone who's watching on Twitch and on YouTube. After the move g5, White could also consider rook takes e2, but I guess Black is just going to take with his pawn, and f4 is still a threat. And if White takes with the queen on e2, so Black goes f4, hitting the bishop and the knight on g3. But here White could play knight ge4, right, escaping the threat of the pawn. And if Black takes on e3, we take with the queen. And now here White is trying to move g3, which would trap the bishop on h4. But here Black is the only move to keep a big advantage, which is the move g4. So the bishop is free to move again. So that's another very important line that Black had to calculate, but I'm sure that Shakriyar has it all calculated.
Yeah, I'm sure he has already calculated, and very likely you stop looking the variations at some point, but you still know the ideas. And if he knows this idea, that's to push the pawn forward with this fork, then it's fine, that he will be very confident. However, the time says that the different thing. He also spends as much time as MVL. I don't really see huge difference on the clock. So do you think he's actually coming up with all these moves at the board at this point?
I think so, yeah. Even though he's, I think, making the best moves in the position, it seems that he is out of his preparation. As we mentioned earlier, he was playing very, very quickly earlier on. He had like 1:35 on the clock. But I mean, if you're down to 49 minutes, he's definitely not in his preparation. But he might still be familiar with all the ideas, you know, like he might know that moves like f5 and g5 are very much possible. And yeah, currently I just don't see how MVL can deal with all the threats. So he has to come up with something quickly here, otherwise he'll get under a lot of pressure. And as you mentioned, if he loses this game, it might be very, very difficult for him to win the group already.
Yes, we do have a lot of questions here in the chat on Twitch about the format and who's leading and so on. For MVL and for Shakriyar, Mamedyarov, this is the first leg. They can play also another leg, which will be very soon in Berlin, so they have really good chance, both of them, to win the event and get the maximum points of the Grand Prix. Maybe we can take a look at the Grand Prix points and check it out what the winner of the first leg, Hikaru Nakamura, got, and Benjamin, what he got, because you were the one who worked the closest to Hikaru, as you were commentating on his Twitch channel.
Yeah, I was running the show on his Twitch channel, and because of that, he won the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix and picked up 13 points. Levon Aronian came in second place, and he picked up 10 points. The semifinalists get 7, and so forth. And if we have a quick look at the standings, we see that Hikaru is in very good shape to qualify for the candidates tournament. The top 2 qualify, but players like Yangyi and Rapport also still have good chances. And for some of the players, this is their first leg that they will play. So you can see if the players have 1 out of 3 next to their name, that means that they've already played 1 leg. And the players that have 0 out of 3, this is their first leg. So some of the players like Alexis Shirv and Etienne Bacro, they have 0 points and they've already played 1 leg. They practically don't have any chances to qualify, I think. But for players like Anish Giri, Dimitri Andreikin, MVL, Shakir Mamedyarov, they still have all the chances in the world. Everything is still open for them. So we'll be very excited to see how they will do here in Belgrade.
Yeah, absolutely. So despite these Grand Prix points, the players also fighting for a quite nice prize fund. We do have 150,000 euro prize fund, and all the participants get some amount of the money, at least 5,000 euros just for appearance, because it's the last place who gets at the Grand Prix, but the winner gets the most, and that's 24,000 euros, and it's quite a huge difference compared to the second place runner-up, right, who gets 18,000 euros.
Yeah, so second place gets 18,000, the semifinals get 12,000. If you come in second in the group, you go home with 9,000 euros, and so forth. So yeah, there's all to play for. Once again, it is very important for your chance of qualifying that you make it out of the group, at least make it to the semifinals. And but yeah, if you don't, then there's still Grand Prix points to play for and a lot of prize money. So the players must be very motivated, have definitely spent a lot of time preparing for this tournament. So we spent a lot of time on this game between MVL and Shakir Mamedyarov. Is there perhaps another game that you want to have a look at?
Let's take a look back our bird eye view and the game that we have here down Predke and Yangyi. I thought there was a game of Tabatabai and Harikrishna, because that's what I was referring to, start a5 b5 pawn side attack. But here we have this position where white has not castled yet. Shall I go to that game and check out what happens that white has not castled so far?
Yeah, for sure. We can definitely have a look at that game. So let's have a quick look. So in the game between Predke and Yangyi, he keeps the laying castles. Right now, I feel like queenside castles isn't that appealing anymore, because if you go queenside castles, you've already played this move a3, right? So black can quickly create counterplay with a move like a4, hitting the bishop, and if the bishop drops back, maybe b4. And this is really what you want to do when you have opposite side castling. You want to open up files towards the enemy king. Right. So instead of that, he has just played the move knight e4, hitting the bishop on d6. So now I guess bishop e5 makes a lot of sense, hitting the pawn on b2. And you could play c3, but then you're losing a lot of time. And I don't know, it's a tricky position, because short castles is currently out of the question for white, because they will hang the pawn on h2. So it's not easy for Predke to deal with this position. So I kind of like it for Yangyi. He's also up almost 15 minutes on the clock.
Right, and this is the situation when you push the pawns and try to castle. Then these pawns can be the targets, or it can cause you a weakness. For instance, if you push g3, then light squares will be really really weak, even if you castle. If you manage to castle, black square bishop is on the other side of the world, and black can very quickly bring the bishop here on h3 and starts to annoy king. If you push h3, you might fall up to some sort of like f5, rook f6, and rook get on this second sixth rank maneuvering here, or any other type of attack here. So these moves can be causing something to white as well. And I kind of have a feeling that white is stuck here with the king on e4. And also a very important point here, I was like thinking, why knight e4? Here is it time to make so many moves with one pieces, but you can't castle on the long side for the reasons you explained, and you can't castle on the short side because you just give up the pawn on h2.
Yeah, so I think I would be surprised if Yangyi just gives up the bishop on d6. I think if he does so, I kind of like white's chances. So I think to me, the move bishop b5 looks very natural. You also take a pawn on b2. I wonder if Predke is maybe still considering the move queenside castles, but as we mentioned, it looks very, very risky because black can go somewhere like a4, bishop a2, maybe even b4 right here to try to open up the king side right away. So I would be surprised if he does that.
Yeah. One funny line here can be just don't never take the pawn like this here, because this pawn first of all can be trapped this way, or it can be felt to this double attack. It's not so bad after this move. I'm surprised, Benjamin, to be honest, why it's not so bad.
Maybe after queen h3, black has a counter attack, like maybe knight at g5, hitting the queen on h3 and the knight on e4. Right. So maybe we use the same idea, but in a different fashion. Maybe we can go for queen h5, not stepping into the diagonal, but we still take the bishop on h2, and if it moves, we have queen takes h7 checkmate.
Yeah, or we can also do something like this. Maybe first just get rid of the knight, and then just to, or g3, just to take this bishop right away. So this kind of pawns, we call it poison pawns, and we usually don't take it.
Yeah, you don't want to take such pawns. They'll really backfire. So let's see how Yangyi will play. I think bishop e5 looks like the most logical move. But I guess we'll just wait and see. So let's have a look. Maybe there's another game you want to have a look at.
Yeah. Let's see what happens after g5. Nothing happened in MVL and Shaq game. So
maybe we can have a look at the game between Sam Shankland and Alexander Khrushchev.
All right, let's do it.
Because let's see where we left off. Yeah, white's king is suddenly on e2. So let's have a look at how that happened. I think the last move we looked at was the move knight at d2 by Sam. Bishop a6 was played by Khrushchev. Queen c2 was played. h6, bishop h4, knight bd7. But I kind of like black's chances in the sense that he's very, very active. And once again, it's not easy for white to get developed. So e3 was played. Now black traded on f1. And here's a tricky thing. Like if you recapture with the rook or with the king, you lose the right to castle kingside. You can take with the knight, but then your knight at f1 is kind of passive, right? Anyway, so Sam took with the rook c4 by Khrushchev. Looks like a very nice move, because if you take that pawn, you are going to run into all sorts of attacks. So Sam played king to e2, going for the bomb cloud. Queen to b8 by Khrushchev, hitting the pawn on h2. So Sam played bishop to g3 and queen to b7. I really like how Khrushchev is playing this. Maybe next up he wants to go rook ac8, maybe the queen coming to a6, and c3 comes into the position. I feel like taking that pawn on c4 is going to be extremely risky, and I just realized that pawn on g2 is also under attack. So that's why Sam played f3, and it also enables him to go king to f2. But I think it looks great for Khrushchev.
Yeah, after king f2, let's make a move like this. After king f2, white will try to get this king obviously on g1 and to try to castle, but this can also felt for something like knight d5 to hit this pawn, or queen b6 to increase the pressure on this diagonal, or even black can try to bring the knight here on c5 and then on d3 with a check. So a lot of very good ideas here, and I think it's totally worth it to ruin the pawn structure here on the queen side and have such an active game and so much of the ideas. Maybe the opponent will just miss one of it, and you can just take advantage of it.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, it looks great for Grishuk, especially practically speaking, as you mentioned, because it's very difficult for white to defend against all of the threats. But yeah, I mean, to me, the move rook a8 looks very natural. I guess he's played the move rook fc8, also very interesting. I thought maybe that rook should go to d8 in some variations, because the question is, where do we ever go with the a8 rook, right? It cannot go to b8 because that square is covered, but I'm sure he has some ID behind it. So I wonder, like, can white ever take on, I guess knight takes c4, there might be rook takes c4, and white might lose right away. Because if you take, there's queen takes b2, the king cannot step back to the back rank because you hang the rook on a1, and if you go to d3, it feels like black's got to be winning after, let's say, rook d8, right? I mean, with the knight coming to c5 or e5, this king is just going to get checkmated.
Yeah, in few moves, in one move or two. Yeah, it's very interesting how pawn is untouchable, starting from c5 now on c4. It's just impossible to take it, and there's always some discussion which rook to bring on the open file, this rook or this rook. And here Grishuk played relatively fast, and there is something that we have to mention for sure. Grishuk is playing really fast today. He's not dropping his time down to 1 minute or 2 minutes. He's keeping up with the opponent, and he tries to play faster. For instance, this move was played rather fast. Do you think he still keeps the chance for this square for the rook, as this can be a target for black, and he wants to jump the knight over on h5 to just distract this bishop on g3, and then maybe change that bishop and get the rook on b8?
Yeah, maybe that's his idea, to eventually go after the bishop on g3 so he can put the other rook on b. But as you mentioned, Grishuk is playing great chess, and he's playing very, very quickly, and that's when he is a very, very tough opponent. So it will not be easy for Sam to hang on here. We'll see what's going to happen. If Grishuk wins this game, he might come right back in it. He will come back to 50%, and then he will have chance again of winning the group. So the games are really heating up here, you guys. We are going to be taking a very, very short break, but do not go anywhere. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Title Tuesday is now 2 weekly tournaments with triple the prizes, totaling over $250,000 a year. Tune into Hikaru's channel on Tuesdays for both the 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Pacific shows as his team raises money in support of Ukraine.
It was indeed amazing charity event, which you were also a part of, Benjamin, and I'm so proud of chess community for standing together and to support people, kids, whoever needs right now our help. This is indeed an amazing gesture from chess players, and also hoping that we stays together whenever we need it. But here we have the second round at the Grand Prix, and we have a lot of things happening. And look at this game right down in the corner. Predke against Yangyi. Predke decided to castle on the short side, and he went for he accepted the attack from Yangyi. So we're going to take a closer look to that game in a second.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the board will be updating very shortly. So knight e4 was played, and after knight e4, black played bishop e5, attacking the pawn on b2, and white just went a queenside cancel. So even though it looks a bit risky, because black has already pushed up these pawns to a5 and b5, and white's created this hook with the move a3, it seems like white is doing pretty fine here. So a4 was played, bishop to a2, and I guess I kind of like white's position because all of white's pieces are pretty active in the center. Maybe he wants to bring the other rook to e1 and maybe a move like knight to c5 at some point. He always has pressure towards the pawn on f7. So let's see what Yangyi will do here. It doesn't seem that easy to create real counterplay. Like white's pieces are definitely placed more actively.
Yeah, to be honest, I like this long castle more because it has some ideas, and definitely it's not passive. So you allow black to attack on the queen side, but you also have very active pieces, as you mentioned, and you can start to try to attack. Maybe attack by the pawn can take very long time, but you can bring some pieces up closely, and there can be some sort of like sacrifices, queen f5 hitting here, knight g5, and so on and so on. So you see what Yangyi does. He brought the rook from queen side to the center, and he knows that maybe it's not the best to continue and to push the pawns on the queen side and allow white's pieces to get more active in the center and get some counterplay.
Yeah, I like the way that he just played rook 88, bringing more pieces into the game. I guess now rook h1 makes a lot of sense for Predke. And maybe what black can do is play something like bishop to c8, try to trade off some rooks and relieve the pressure a little bit. So maybe Predke can also consider a move like knight to c5, putting pressure on the bishop, and the knight on e6. It all remains to be seen how that works out. But yeah, rook 88 definitely seems like a good move from Yangyi, and we'll see how this one will proceed.
Yeah, this knight c5 is sorry.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to point it out here. After, if knight takes on c5, look at these bishops here, and now rook is hanging, and if rook moves away, then f7 pawn is hanging. White can take it with a queen. White can take with a bishop and just win an exchange. So black has to be really careful, because after knight c5, if you withdraw the bishop, then it allows white to take the pieces on both pieces on e6, and then f takes e6. This pawn will be here isolated, and obviously white will start to attack on this pawn with queen g4, queen e4, and rook e1, and that's obviously going to be white's target.
Yeah, so knight c5 makes a lot of sense for Predke. As you mentioned, that the knight cannot be taken. or moves like rook h1, but it definitely feels like white should be a little bit better. With the move rook 88, Yangyi also signals that he wants to play the game solidly, and he doesn't feel like he has any attacking chances on the queen side. And as we were talking, maybe we can have a quick look at the game between Anish Giri and Nikita Vitiugov, because a lot has happened there in the meantime.
Yes, let's get in there. So here we have this position. Oh, wow. It's totally different structure on the king side. How this happened?
So it's a very good question. Let's have a look at what has happened. So I think we last tuned in after a4, b4 was played. Vitiugov played the move knight to f4. So he wants to trade off these bishops. Anish traded on e6. Vitiugov recaptured. Now, I guess d5 is not a move. d5 is a move from white, hitting the knight on e6 and the knight on c6. And it looks like white is winning, right? But black has the move knight to g5. And look at this. If you take the knight on c6, what black does is they take on f3 with a check. You're forced to recapture. And then your queen is no longer defended, so you lose the game. And the same happens, like if you trade on g5, black can recapture. Let's say he takes with the h-pawn. Now we no longer can take the knight on c6 because it hangs our queen on d2. So what did Anish do? He brought another piece into the game. Instead of all that, he played rook a e1. Now Vitiugov played knight g5. A trade happened. Anish played b5, hitting the knight on c6. But the knight went to a7, and now this pawn on b5 is very weak, and you can't easily protect it, because if you go pawn to c4, then you hang the pawn on d4. So you don't want to do that either. So I don't know. This one, I feel like it's kind of slipped away from Anish. I kind of like Vitiugov's chances all of a sudden.
Yeah, I have this same feeling, and it happened really short ago, because this is the moment when we started to think and analyze that it was very a good position for white, and all these moves looked very natural. Maybe rook e1 was a bit of a mistake. I was thinking about instead to bring the rook on d5. Now d5 is a real threat, and you also want to at some point to take this pawn and open up the file for you, or just to it is very same lines, just to push d5, and queen on d2 will not be hanging, so you will not be afraid of knight g5 kind of moves. And after d5, you can always start to push c4, c5 to get more space advantage, and yeah, to squeeze black's pieces as much as possible.
Yeah, no, 100%. I guess the main reason why he played rook a e1 and not rook d1 is that after rook d1, here black is able to capture on d4. Because with the rook on e1, the knight on e6 would be hanging. But yeah, it definitely feels like something has turned in the right direction for Vitiugov. And it feels like
something like c4, c5 here
right,
to just to lock c4, c5, just to lock this bishop. You can get this bishop here to grab a d4 pawn. You just need one more piece, or maybe even knight e5 after c5 to take this one.
Yeah, I really like that suggestion, c4, because we want to indeed lock in the bishop with the move c5, and then the pawn on d4. We should be able to get it back sooner or later. So maybe that's what he missed. It's not easy to spot that during the game. And yeah, right now, so let's see. I think we have more moves. After knight a7, Anish played h4. So the move h4, he wants to break open the king side. Now, let's say Vitiugov takes on b5 with his knight, right, hitting the bishop. What do you think he's
going for this and then this queen?
That's a good question. Yeah, maybe he can. So let's have a look. Let's say we take on g5, black takes on a3, and we go g6. The rook is under attack, and I guess white is very quick with queen e2 to h5.
Yeah. And queen, you can also bring the rook, but to bring the queen right away, that's gonna be a checkmate here for sure, because you cannot run away from the king, because after check this pawn is hanging, and white can also sacrifice one rook and bring another rook on the open file, and obviously king will be checkmated there. That's his idea after h4.
I think so too, yeah. Maybe also he wants to bring the knight to f5, so that looks very, very strong. So let's think. So if knight takes b5 is not really an option, or actually it could be, but then after pawn takes, he has to recapture on g5, or maybe he can do that.
Now, oh yeah, I don't know. Queen g5 also drops the pawn on c3. Rook is hanging, and the bishop d4 comes on alongside to attack on f2.
Right, and actually, as we speak, knight takes b5 is on the board. So I think Anish has to go pawn takes g5. As you mentioned, I think taking on a3 is way too risky, because after g6, I don't see how we're not getting checkmated. So I think black just has to recapture on g5. And then how can we proceed from there with white?
I believe white has to bring the queen and the rook on h file as fast as possible. Because if you cannot guard the queen side here, like to play bishop b2, this on top of everything allows black to play a3 all the way, and bishop a1 is just not a good looking move. If you leave this diagonal, then d4 pawn will be hanging, and what's even worse, not only d4 pawn is hanging, then f2 pawn gonna have some troubles too.
Indeed, yeah. So maybe he has to sacrifice on b5. So let's have a look. So let's say we take on g5. What happens if black grabs the bishop on a3? Do you think we'll just go rook h4 and queen h5 and just attack that way? I guess that looks pretty scary for black, right?
It looks very scary, to be honest. I was thinking about this rook on 6th rank, because if you continue to play just ignoring all white threats, there will be queen h5, and the checkmate is on in one move, and you can escape this, as this rook also controls the e-file square. That's how good move I made now by capturing d4 pawn. How about move like this to have rook h6?
Yeah, I like rook f6 because indeed it enables the rook to come to h6. So very difficult to figure out what exactly is going on here. Oh, maybe what white can do is go knight e4, tag the rook, and let's say this rook moves over to, let's say c6, right? Just a random move. Now white goes queen h5, trying to go queen h7 or queen h8, and if you go rook h6 now we sacrifice on h6, and if black recaptures, there's knight f6 check, and we win back the queen, and we're up in exchange. So very, very tricky stuff. By the way, in the meantime, Anish has sacrificed the bishop. So I think maybe this could still be his game, because if we look at the time situation, it's more difficult for Vitiugov. He's down to 20 minutes. And from the lines we've just analyzed, it seems really difficult for black to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, that's right. But there's this kind of circumstances too, when you are the one who's defending. You have to find the only moves. It's easier to find only moves than to find the most precise way to improve your position. But now, for what Anish just did, open up the h file and open just free the square for the rook here, doesn't seem too hard play for him. And if this pawn is captured, then queen g5, and once again this plan is not so hard to spot, right?
Right, yeah. So Vitiugov is thinking here, he cannot have missed pawn takes g5, right? I mean, he must have realized after Anish played h4 that that was his intention, and he has recaptured on g5. So let's have a look. So let's say we take on g5 with our queen. What black could also do is maybe take on c3. How does that play out? So I guess white goes rook h4 anyway. Can we take on d4 here with the bishop? I mean, white goes queen h5. I guess it still looks very dangerous, because this bishop on a3 always controls the f8 square. I mean, if you take on f2 with the bishop, I guess we just go king h1, and it looks extremely dangerous to me.
It looks dangerous to me too. Now black has to open up. Maybe rook takes f2. create this discovery check, and after queen h7 or queen h8 to run away with the king on f7.
Yeah, I guess that might work out for black. Yeah, I guess that's what he has to do. And it's not easy for white to bring more pieces in because the queen on h5 is always covering that f7 square. So as soon as you give a check, then the black king goes to that square. So let's see, after pawn takes g5, does Anish have any other options, or is queen takes g5 practically forced? Because moving the bishop is a bit sad, right?
It is. It is really sad. By the way, we just got f takes g5 and Vitiugov right before he dropped his time down to 20 minutes. He made a move and he captured g5 pawn. So this is currently what we have here. And our chat is screaming to see the game of Shahriar Mamedyarov and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Shall we go there too?
Yeah, for sure. Let's pull that game up.
Yeah, this one. Oh.
So let's have a look. So I think we left off after the move g5 by Shahriar, and MVL played the move knight to f3. So f3, f4 was pretty much forced. You have to fork the bishop and the knight. MVL took on h4. Now you have to capture the bishop on e3, otherwise you will not get your material back. And MVL played the move queen to f5. So now if black takes on h4, I guess he wanted to take on e2, and he felt that, okay, if black takes on e2, I capture the rook. Rook a1 is coming in very quickly. The black king is very exposed, and he felt like he should be able to draw this. So instead of that, check played d2, bringing even more fire into the game. But now MVL took the bishop on e2. d1 queen was played by Shaq. MVL took, queen takes d1, and knight to f1. And here black can take the other rook on e2. However, I guess if white takes on g5, it has to be a perpetual. Because if you go to h8, we go queen f6, and you're forced to go back to g8. And if you go to f7, I guess we just keep checking along the fifth rank. Like, let's say we go queen f5, king e7, queen e5, king d7, queen d5, king c7, queen c5. And if the king goes to b7, I guess we go to d5. And if you go to b6, we give a check on d6. And there's just no way you can ever escape the checks. Because if you go to a5, we can give a check on b4 or a3. And I think it should be a perpetual, right?
Oh, they are going for this. This is the result that I could not imagine that this game gonna end in a draw, because it was one of the sharpest game. And do we have already the results? The queen g5 was captured. No,
there's g5 was played, but I guess both players realized that there's nothing more, first of all, for white than a perpetual, but there's also no way black can ever get out of the checks. As we mentioned, if you go king f7, we keep checking along the fifth rank. And if you go to h8, the check is pretty easy. We give a check on f6. So I'm pretty sure this game is going to end in a draw pretty shortly. There's just nothing both players can do here.
Yeah, I kind of have a feeling that like Anish Giri here, Shahriar also missed some of his opportunities. He could keep more tension. He could keep the game going on, and the tension also. At the same time, at some point you can come back and try to figure it out how it could be played, maybe to keep the game going on, because this one seems to me that it's going to end very soon, and there's no point to not to give a perpetual check for white side, right? White has to give it.
Yeah. White also has another funny line. If black goes to h8, there's also the move knight g6 check, which forces black to take the knight. Here, black cannot go king to g7 because white goes knight f4 and picks up the queen on e2. So black is forced to take that knight, and then white goes queen h6 check. The king has to go to g8, and here we take on g6, and we just keep checking on f6, g6, and h6, depending on where the black king goes. And the game is this game is gonna end in a draw, but it was very exciting while it lasted.
Yeah, honestly, if I were white here in this position, I would lose 10 times out of 10. But yeah, once again, I'm so surprised by defending skills of Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. He's keeping all the tension still on the board, and he kind of controls everything, and he's keeping the chances for a draw.
Indeed, yeah, it's always a mark of a strong player that when they get into trouble, they find really good defensive resources, and MVL is one of those players. He does not go down without a fight. In yesterday's game, it looked very, very tough, and in today's game as well. But he found some amazing moves, and yeah, right now the game is headed for a draw. So, with all that being said, is there perhaps another game that you want to have a look at?
Let's take a look of overall boards here. All of these games seems very interesting to me. There is 94 in the game of Sam Shankland and Alexander Grishchuk. Maybe we can take a look at that. It's the second game on the top.
Right. So Grishchuk actually sacrificed a pawn by. So I think we left off after Rook F8. Rook F1 was played, and Knight C5. And this does sacrifice a pawn. White took with the queen, and now Knight CE4, hitting the queen on that square. So I guess White has to go to B4 or D4 because he has to try to defend the pawn on B2 somehow. I kind of like, well, I guess Queen D4 is not a good move due to Rook D8, right? So that's probably out of the question. Mm-hmm. So I guess then Queen B4 comes to mind. And here, I don't know, Black can go Queen A6 check, but White goes King to E1. And I don't see exactly what Grishchuk is planning here.
Queen Knight D5 maybe?
Well,
sorry, just
yeah,
throw
right.
this one. Oh no. Oh, I can take first this and then bring this one here. Maybe bishop, take bishop first.
Yeah.
And now
maybe Knight takes G3 and then Knight at D5. You had the right idea, but
wrong timing.
wrong timing indeed. So after Knight at D5, maybe the queen goes to, let's say, D4. And White is still up a pawn. His king will always be kind of exposed, and Black is very active pieces. But it's not that easy for White. So I guess Queen B4 is kind of forced for Sam. I don't really see any other options, to be honest. Or Queen B3. Queen B3 is also an option. Those are two main moves.
Queen B3 kind of allow Black to take this bishop, take this queen, and then to target B3 knight and B2 pawn. If you bring the rook on the third rank, now I bring my knights. And yeah, this is the position. Seems for now White is holding, but there can be some ideas like pushing the pawn and just increase the tension on this. And at some point, White will be forced to give up the B2 pawn.
Yeah, there's also indeed a possibility. In the endgame, Black still has a lot of compensation. He has a lot of pressure along the B file. But I think Grishchuk will try to go for compensation in the middle game, because also White's king is always a target. And if he goes into the end game, maybe the best he can hope for is a draw. So let's have a look. So Queen B3 is also an option for White. Let's say we go Queen A6 check, and maybe still King. Although if White goes King E1 now, if Black takes on D2, White is forced to take with the king, and that feels rather risky. Or Knight C5. That's actually also a very nice move. And then Knight coming to D3. Yeah, that's a really good move.
So talking all of this, I kind of have a feeling that Queen B4 here seems to be the safest. And if Black tries to double the pawns of White here on B file, then additionally there is something for White to be happy for, this open file and the target on A7. So yeah, to me it seems like Queen B4 is going to be Sam's choice here.
Right, and actually, as we speak, we have a lot of interesting developments in the game between Etienne Bacro and Dmitry Andreikin. Maybe we can pull up that game real quick.
All right, let's do it.
So a lot has happened here. So we left off after the move F5. A trade happened on the F5 square, and Rook C1 was played. Andreikin played Queen C7, G4. But now black traded on c2 and played rook f8, hitting the knight on f3 first and ignoring the threat to the knight on h5. Bakro played king to g2, knight f6, knight g3, and knight e8. And here Bakro played a very funny move. He played the move bishop to g5. I guess you cannot take that bishop because white will take with the knight, hitting the queen. And wherever your queen goes, it's going to get trapped. If you go to f6, we go knight 3 to e4. The queen has to go to f4, and then after knight e6, the queen is trapped, so white wins. So instead of that, it seems that here is a bit of a transmission error, but I'm sure that Andreikin took an f3 with the queen, but Bakro recaptured, and now rook takes f3 happened. And after rook takes f3, Bakro played bishop takes e7, and it looks like white is winning here, because the materials are equal. The rook on f3 is under attack, and the rook on d8. But here, I think black has the move rook takes g3, and however you recapture, your bishop on e7 is going to get trapped. Let's say you take with the pawn, black goes rook to d7. Where does this bishop go? It only has one square, which is on
I
h4.
can't make a move here because of this digital board error. It's white to move, which I think same happened yesterday. So I'll make any random move, just don't mind it, and just give a move order to black. And you suggest this.
We take on g3, and then rook d7. Yes, and the bishop on h4 is trapped. So black should get the two minor pieces against the rook, which should be really good for black here. So maybe Andreikin can win another game. That would be huge for his chances of winning the group and qualifying to the semifinals.
Indeed. Let's take a look once again, because bishop g5 is a one crazy move, and the game of Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Shakir Mamedyarov ended in a draw. Even though it peacefully ended in the end, we truly had a lot of joy to see that game. It seems like we have the first draw in that group. And once again, let's mention that we don't have any favorite. Four of them are still tying from first place to fourth, and we have now the first draw in there. Here bishop g5, that's really funny looking move, but the idea is to pin the knight, right? So queen takes here. Is queen takes a knight like mandatory to do?
I guess so. I guess if he doesn't do that, white wanted to take on e7, and white should have a pretty good position. Like, let's make a random move for black, right? Let's say black goes rook to d7. I think his idea, or actually rook d7 is a pretty good move, but
I know what you meant to take here and jump.
Knight d4, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's his idea.
Yeah, I read it, but I can still take it now by queen. So the idea is to, if queen takes, to bring the knight, right?
Yeah, and that looks really good for white. So that's why queen takes f3 was played. And just to show real quick what actually happened, so queen takes f3, and now rook takes f3 was played, and bishop takes e7, and something went wrong here in the transmission. But once again, as we said, rook takes g3 here looks really good for black. Because also, if you take with the king, rook takes d7 is going to come. The only square the bishop has is h4, and then after g5, it is trapped.
It's trapped, and now best white can get is to get a pawn for the bishop. White has to take this pawn now, because then black can bring the bishop and try to get this one. So let's try to have this this position, which we're gonna have very likely. Is there some ideas like knight maneuvering here all the way to f4?
I think if the knight lands on f4, black should be in great shape. So this would be really good for Andreikin, and also Bakro is getting pretty low on the clock. But I see that everyone is screaming for the Anish game, and indeed the sacrifice that we discussed has happened on the board. So let's try to pull it up real quick. So Anish, he already sacrificed the bishop once by going pawn takes g5. Vitiugov recaptured, and then queen takes g5. He left the bishop hanging once again. So Vitiugov took the bishop, and now rook h4 by Anish. So here the attack looks really scary for black. I mean, what is black gonna do? It doesn't seem like there's an easy way to stop queen h5 and queen h7 or queen h8. So is someone like queen e6 a move? So if you go queen h5, there's queen h6, or that just doesn't work.
Yeah, I think black should bring either queen or rook on the a6 rank to cover it. Maybe after queen e6 there is something intermediate move like take here or knight jump over. I think now bishop rook takes on e5 can also additionally bring another rook into the game.
Yeah, rook takes e5 looks really good. And look at black's pieces. Black is up a piece, but the knight on a3 is completely offside. That bishop on b6 is not really participating. I mean, it kind of is, but it's nicely blocked by the pawns on d4 and c3. So those pieces are kind of useless right now. And all of white's pieces are on the king side, right? White has this rook on h4, the queen on g5, the knight on g3, and the rook on e1 is also ready to join the action. So I don't know. It's looking extremely scary here for Vitiugov, who's down to his final 15 minutes. Very, very tough position here, I think, for him.
It's a very tough position. And as you just mentioned, the time 15 minutes here. This is not too much. It's okay for 1 or 2 moves, but he has to make several more moves before the time increment. And he's the one who has to find the precise moves, because white's next moves are very obvious. Just to play queen h5, take this pawn. Also, knight can jump over here, and it's not like the position just calls the next moves. But for black, I don't know really. Like, only idea is just to cover something by rook or by queen. The 6th rank. I don't see any other idea. What do you think? Is there any other way? I don't really
see how he can. So we discussed queen e6. Maybe a move like queen c6 makes sense, right? Once again, our idea is to meet queen h5 with queen h6. But maybe here white has other ways of bringing more pieces into the game, or maybe rook takes c5 anyway. Although this allows a knight.
Queen c6 or queen e6? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, queen c6. Because if you go queen e6, rook takes c5 comes with a tempo, right?
Yeah, although this allows now knight to get activated as well, right? Knight f5, knight h6 threats, or knight e7 threats.
Knight f5 is a nice move.
So tense.
Yeah, and also knight f5 stops queen h6 from black. So I really like that move, and I guess if knight h6 is really a major threat. So looking like a very tough position for Vitiugov.
We have a comment that Kyle in the Twitch chat says that rook e8 is the best move by the engine. The idea of this is probably to get on e6 and the cover on this 6th rank, and not to allow black to take this pawn just like that. And what happens after queen h5 with this threat, checkmate threat?
Yeah, that is a very good question. Yeah, queen h5, then queen h8 and queen h7 are both unstoppable. So maybe black has to move the rook there to make the f7 square available for the king. But it's all looking really, really dangerous. Maybe rook e8 is the best move, but definitely very tough to make in a real game.
Yeah, very interesting. Our chat gives us really hard time to work very fast. Why don't you take the bird eye view and check out what's happening to Harikrishna's game? Because our chat says Harikrishna is winning in his position. So that's the game on top on the right side. And yeah, obviously he just made this battery of the bishop and the queen, as you were referring at the very beginning of this game. Bendam, now very quickly go to the current position. So we have some trades here, queen f2 and queen g3, and the threat was queen h2 checkmate. White could not avoid that check and played king g1, and this is currently the position.
Yeah, it's looking great for black, as we mentioned earlier. With this move at 5 white, weakened all the light squares around his king, and black has managed to set up this battery with the queen on g3 and the bishop on d6. So maybe what he has to do now is bring in the knight. Like maybe he can go knight h7 and knight at g5, they would hit the rook. And then if the rook moves away, let's say the g4, then he can always bring in his rook to the e-file. So it's looking extremely scary here for Tabatabai. He also only has 12 minutes on the clock for 16 more moves to be made. So I think it looks great for Harikrishna. And but there's no checkmate just yet. I mean, queen h2 is just one check. White goes to f1 or f2. Doesn't really seem to be a problem. So maybe, as we said, maybe it's time to bring in more pieces with a move like knight to h7.
Yeah, and unlike to the game of Anish Giri, he didn't really sacrifice anything to achieve this position, right? So if we count the pieces, the position is equal by material point of view, and you just have this advantage of active pieces and really weak king. So really nice position for Harikrishna.
Yeah, it looks great for him, and he lost a terrible game yesterday. So maybe if he wins this game, he will get some chances to get back into the tournament. So yeah, we'll definitely keep a close eye on this look as well. But yeah, it would be a very tough start for Tabatabai to lose his very first 2 games in this FIDE Grand Prix.
Indeed, he's one of the youngest participants in this very Grand Prix. Like, he's 20 years old from Iran. We have not heard much of him at the elite chess tournaments, and this is a very good chance for him. He got qualified here from the World Cup or Grand Swiss, Benjamin?
World Cup.
World Cup, yes. So let me refresh this position. There was a check on h2, king f1, and currently it's Black to move, and Black also has very good time situation. 25 minutes in this position is all the comfort you can ask for.
Indeed, yeah. Another move that looks very tempting is to play bishop to g3, because it takes away the f2 square, and this would threaten queen h1, because if the king moves to e2, then it hangs the g2 pawn. But maybe White can still defend with bishop e3. So if you give a check, there's bishop g1. And if bishop h2, there's queen f2. It feels like Black is winning here. Like maybe rook d8 hitting the bishop, but White can still play bishop c2 and is barely defending everything. This looks like Black should be winning, but I don't see a way to win.
Yeah, looks funny position. So Harikrishna is Tabatabai, is in deep calculation as Harikrishna just played rook d8. I like this move because in all these lines, which you just referred, bishop g3, this rook will be targeting those 2 bishops on d file.
Indeed, yeah. So lots of exciting games. So yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out on this game as well. Anish Giri is definitely heating up. He's just sacrificed a piece. Anyway, but with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be more action with from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back at the FIDE Grand Prix 2022 round 2 of leg 2. I'm Katie, this is Benjamin, and we reached the phase where the most action happens. So we do have time trouble in almost all the games, Benjamin. So here we have the 6 games in progress, final 6 games in progress, and we do have several very interesting games. Which one would you prefer to see at the beginning?
Yeah, we should definitely go to the game between Anish Giri and Nikita Vitiugov. Anish has just sacrificed a piece, but it seems like Vitiugov is finding the right moves in the position. However, he got down to 6 minutes. So let's have a look at what has happened. So he played the move rook e8, which apparently was the best move. Anish played queen h5. So with the move queen h5, he's turning queen h8 checkmate. So what did Vitiugov do? He played rook to f6. So he's making sure that he always has that f7 square for his king. And now, I don't know, like, how should white proceed in this position?
I like move knight d4 because I know after rook h6 there is a move which you suggested earlier to fork the queen and the king. And if you can go this rook to h6, that allows white to bring the knight on g5, and f7 square will be under white's control. So I think knight d4 here creates a serious danger to black.
Yeah, knight d4 looks like a very nice move indeed. So let's look at black's options. I guess something like rook f4 is not really a move, because I guess we can take an f4 and maybe knight f6 check, and white should get a crushing attack over here. So maybe what black should do is play the move rook to f5. As you mentioned, white wants to play knight at g5, and this allows us to capture that knight. And we give back in exchange, but at least we get rid of some of white's attack. I guess after queen takes g5, the position is still not easy, because if black takes on d4, what white can do is take on e8, black recaptures, and then queen d5 check. If the king goes to f8, white wins after rook h8, and we win the queen, or at the very least, we probably have a checkmate. And if the queen goes to f7, then we have rook h8 check. The king has to take, and we take the queen on f7 and win that way. So maybe after queen takes g5, black has to make another move, but what could such a move be?
Yeah, that's a good point after knight g5 here, right? And take, and in this position, I believe with the knight on a3, and the bishop in here, on top of it, the pawn on e5 is hanging. This is the situation where when rook is better than 2 pieces, and also the king is still exposed. The sides of the king are open now, f and h file, and this is more than compensation for white. If white cannot find any better move, there is also rook e4 to pin this file and just take the pawn by the rook. And yeah, once again, we're gonna have the position with this bishop and the knight on the board, which are just not well placed.
Indeed, yeah, knight e4 has just been played, and Vitiugov played rook to f5. So I guess knight g5 is the only move now for Anish. I mean, the checks on h7 and h8 don't really seem to bring much. Black is just going to go king to f7, and I don't know how white is really going to proceed from there. So to me, knight g5 looks like the most natural move, and let's have a look at that position again. So let's say black trades on g5, we recapture. Maybe now it's time for black to bring the knight back with something like knight to c4. And I don't know, the position remains very, very complicated. It's really difficult to figure out what exactly is going on.
Yeah, so hard also for white to find the most precise move. I was thinking something if white can find the time to get this king rook on h file, that looks too much, maybe too weak, as well as after king g2 there is some checks for black, but in some way if white gets the rook on h file, that's going to be additional force on the king side attack.
Indeed, yeah. So an interesting thing. So maybe after rook f5, let's see. So let's say we go queen h7 check, right? Where is the king gonna go? I guess to f8, or it could go to f7 as well. But I guess it might go to f8, because then the queen still defends the g7 pawn, right? So let's say after king f8, now someone like rook g4 isn't really a threat, and we can always bring our queen over to f7 to defend. And then maybe the king can start running with king e7, king d8, all very complicated stuff. And inversely, if white gives a check on h8, then we go to f7, and I guess black should be fine there as well.
Yeah. All these shown here, all this line kind of makes me feel that knight g5 is also kind of forced here for white. And now the threat is checkmate once again, and rook takes g5 is also forced move. There's no other way that black can avoid this checkmate. There's no also king runaway, as it will be still check, I believe, and then taken here. Can be other moves too, such as to give a check over here first. So black has to take this knight, queen has to take the rook, and I believe we're gonna have this position, and Vitiugov gonna need to find move in here, and he has only 6 minutes for he's gonna have 6 minutes for 10 more moves before the time increment.
Yeah, it will be very tough for Vitiugov for sure, because the position remains very complicated there. Let's say, I guess after knight g5, rook takes g5 is a pretty straightforward move. It seems like the only move in the position. But then, as we mentioned, he will only have 6.5 minutes for 11 moves to be made. So that will be very tough. But of course, for both players, the position remains very complicated. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see what is going to happen here. Are there any other games that you feel are worth looking at?
Let's take a look at overall view of all the games. The game of Tabatabai and Harikrishna was very interesting, and seems like black just cleaned up all the king side by the queen, and you can see the king is in the center. That's the game on the right top of the screen. The game down there, Predke against Yangyi, looks like a rook endgame, an equal rook in the game. So maybe we can take a look at the game later on. What happens to the other games? We have not really covered Vidit and Fidosiv so much. Seems like they're still going to play. I don't know, Benjamin, which one would you like to see now?
Let's perhaps have a look at the game between Sam Shangland and Alexander Grishuk, because things seem to have gone wrong for Grishuk. It looked like he had a really good position. Then when he sacrificed a pawn, it looked like he had nice compensation. But right now, I don't see it for him. So queen a6 was played, knight c4, rook c6. But Sam took the pawn, and after rook a8, he played queen at d3, which maybe was missed by Grishuk, because he took on c4, white took, and if you take with the rook on c4, it looks like black has good compensation, right? Because rook c2 is a big threat, but white has the move rook to c1, which forces you to go rook c6 or rook a4, but that's a very sad endgame. So instead of that, he took with the queen on c4. Now Sam took, and after rook takes king to d3. And I guess if you take with the rook and e4, white should have a really good endgame. Maybe someone like rook to c1, bringing that rook into the game. And I don't know, black's rook on e4 looks really misplaced.
Yeah, it definitely looks the wrong place, and there is no point that black will ever attack the pawn on e3, as the moment knight jumps over those squares, the rook will be hanging on e4. And what's very important in this endgame, and why it is better for white, first of all, king is active. Second, very important detail is that white has a majority attack on the queen side, and it's very easy to start the pawn push here and to create a pass pawn, and the bishop will be here to support those pawns roll, and the rook will be also gets on the 7th rank, 8th rank, so it'll be very, very active. And in this kind of positions, knight usually is quite slow, so black should try to be very creative and tricky with the knight rather than to try to stop those pawns coming forward.
Indeed. So Grishuk didn't take the pawn at all. He played the move rook to c8. So I guess he wants to give a check on d8, force the king away, so he can take the pawn on e4. But I don't know, it looks great for Sam. He's just up a pawn. I don't feel like black has enough compensation. And this would be a really tough start for Grishuk. I mean, losing the first 2 games. But what should Sam do in the current position? As we said, rook to d8 is a threat, and maybe he can try to win back the pawn on e4. But there's got to be a way for white to somehow hang on to the pawn, right?
There is one move e5 here, straightforward. That's for sure. It's the first candidate move. There is move like bishop d6 after rook d8 to push e5. Maybe I can show this very fast. But in this case, knight gets on back and starts to anyway capture this. And white can try to give up the pawn and try to control this square and create some threats. The third option here for white is to play bishop h4, and when there will be a check to pin this, but unfortunately this will not be working as g5 now kicks this bishop back. And you know, if you allow black to activate this much, that can be also quite challenging for white. So out of these three options which we just showed, maybe e5 is the one that still keeps all the tension on the board.
Yeah, I guess e5 is probably the best move. It's the cleanest way to keep the pawn. Sam, by the way, has played the move rook to d1. Aha. So his idea is if Grisha gives a check, he wants to go to e2. And here black can trade, but this endgame is extremely dangerous for black. Maybe white is winning somehow because white always has the queenside majority and can create a pass pawn over there. Black also has to calculate a lot of pawn in games. Like maybe after knight takes c4, what we can do is just go bishop b8, hit the pawn. Black is forced to go a6. And then we just run up the king very, very quickly. Like let's say we go king c2, black goes king f8, then we go king d3, hit the knight, and just go very quickly queen c4, king c4, king c5, and go after that pawn on a6. So that looks extremely dangerous for black. So I kind of like what Sam has done here.
Yeah, if you don't stop me, I'll end this line until the checkmate on the back rank. But slowly white can start to push the knight back, and this is for sure a huge advantage here. White can create a pass pawn and then to sacrifice that pawn and go to the king side to collect more pawns. There can be the idea that in that endgame can happen. So for this reason, rook d1 was played. I kind of have a feeling that we have to get back to the game of Tabatabai and Harikrishna, as Harikrishna is just unstoppable. He's cleaning up all the king side. So let's take a look what's happening there.
Yeah, so we left off after yes, he's
king f1, I think. Yeah, rook d8. Rook d8. This is the last.
Rook d8 was played, activating the rook. c5 was played by white. Bishop to g3. White went queen c4. He gave a check, and after king e2, he captured a pawn. King d5 brought the bishop back to e5 to centralize, and after king c2, he took another pawn, and white played rook to e3. So it looks pretty good for black because he's up 2 pawns, but it's not that easy just yet because the queen might be a little bit offside, and maybe what white can try to do is try to go after black's queenside pawns very, very quickly. And also this knight on f8 is still quite passive, right? So, and on top of that, black's kingside pawns are not really going anywhere. So I was thinking maybe what white can do here is play queen to e4. Because if you trade white takes with the bishop, how do you defend the pawn on c6? Right? You have to move rook to c8, but then white goes rook a3, hitting the pawn on c7, and then let's say you go rook c7. It seems like you defend everything, but white has rook a6. And as soon as white captures that pawn on c6, the white pawns start pushing on the board very, very quickly. And once again, these pawns on the king side aren't really going anywhere. This knight on f8 is very passive, so it's still a very double-edged position.
Yeah, indeed. And in the end game, those 2 bishops will be way stronger to stop black's pawn coming forward and to help its own pawns to be pushed as far as possible. And the knight will take a lot of time. And to be honest, in this very position, I don't even spot any good square for this knight. And it's really, really slow compared to the bishops. So queen g2 was played here. And now I don't really know what's the threat of this move. Maybe he wants to start to push the pawns on the side or activate the knight.
Yeah, that could definitely be an idea. But I'm getting word that we're having more moves in the game between Anish Giri and Nikita Vitiugov. So we left off after black played the move rook to f5. So let's try to pull the game up real quick because that game is going to be very exciting for sure. So we left off after the trade on g5. So now g5, black took, white recaptures, and Vitiugov played the move c5, which looks very risky because he's keeping this knight on a3, and now it feels like there should be something for white. So what could it be? I mean, first of all, with c5 is also blocking out his own bishop, so white could also just consider taking the pawn on e5, but maybe something like queen g6. I mean, we hit the bishop on b6. We also threaten to go to h7, and yeah, what does black do here? I don't know.
Oh, queen g6 is on the board. This is very strong move here. It's also additionally just pins the pawn on e5 as there's a double pressure in here. c5 seems to be a little bit too slow move. Obviously, he wanted to activate the bishop. He wanted also to play bishop d8 here to try to win some material, but queen g6 looks quite natural. And after bishop d8, is there a move like rook e4 and just to take this one, or there can be something else and something stronger like check and rook somewhere?
Yeah, maybe give a check, and then if the king moves to f7, try to go like rook h3 and rook f3 makes a lot of sense. Or then rook back to e4, and maybe the idea behind rook e4 is just to take on e5 with the pawn, so black can never block with the bishop, and then we threaten e6 and rook f4, and that looks really, really strong. So it's looking really tough here for Vitiugov. I guess he has to play bishop d8 at least to try to slow white down somehow by attacking the rook, because if you go, I don't know, let's say you go bishop a7, right? Then you give white all the time in the world. Like white can take an e5 and now queen h7 and rook f4 becomes a threat.
Sure, yeah, it's a serious threat. You can also do rook h3 here to threaten then queen h7 and rook to f3. Yeah, this gets. Oh, how about this move? Rook h7. He wants to take the pawn on g7. Queen cannot take, as this is now is a very bad situation to give up all these pawns. You have to play bishop f6, and now you play queen h5. You control f7 square, and you want to give a check here. If you run away,
that is a very nice idea. Yeah.
Can I do something like take here first or give a check?
I guess pawn takes c5 should be winning, because if black we have that square cover more than black, and
yeah,
I feel like
also this line can be winning here. Now d takes c5 as the threat is to take this bishop. Bishop is trapped. Bishop can't go anywhere. And if you take the rook first, white will take this one, and then it's a lot of lines. White can also try to checkmate. So this can be really serious. And this can end the game rather early than we thought.
Yeah, no, that would be a very nice idea. I really like that idea that you just showed with rook h7 and then queen h5, flipping the queen and the rook around. So the rook gives a check, but the queen still covers that f7 square. So yeah, and Vitiugov getting down to 2.5 minutes, I just don't see it for him. I mean, let's say he plays a move like rook e6. I guess we just give a check on h7. The king steps up to f7, and then maybe we just take with the pawn on e5 and try to go rook f4 in the next move. That looks crushing.
Yeah.
Or with the rook, yeah.
Check next. Well, there is this kind of like capture and check here, but king h2 seems to be a really safe square for white king. There's no check. Still, this is a threat. Queen f5, e6. Oh, there are too much of the threats here.
And Vitiugov has just played the move bishop d8. Okay. So let's see whether Anish will play like you and play the move rook h7. It looks like I really like that idea. Yeah, and queen h5 looks crushing.
Yeah, so many ideas. Rook h7, rook h3, rook e4, queen h7, and here Giri has 15 minutes. Little less than 15 minutes, and I'm sure he will come up with a very precise move.
Indeed, yeah, lots of good options here. Rook h7 looks like a really good move, or we also looked at queen h7 that also looked good. I really like rook h7 and then queen h5. I don't see how black can stop it, to be honest.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I like this move too. I also like
rook g7 is a threat.
Yeah, rook h3 because it's a bit like slow move, a sneaky move, and you want to give a check and then to give a check here, and also just wait for the opponent to spend more time to figure out what you want and how to avoid these threats. But yeah, rook h7, if this is working, it's just a straightforward line, and for sure.
Right, and as we speak, another result has just come in, not a very surprising one. The game between Alexander Predke and Yangyi just ended in a draw. So, Katie, can you take us through the last couple of moves in this game?
Yeah, and this is very interesting situation, as so far we don't have a leader in this group. We're gonna know the results.
All draws in the first two rounds.
So strange. Okay, so knight c5 was played as we were referring this move. We suggested this one, and now we had this position with the isolated pawn on e6. I thought white had really good position, but seems like it's just too few pawns. But also look at this, Predke decided to give up the pawn or f pawn and get e6 pawn.
Yeah, a bit of a surprising decision there, but I guess there wasn't really anything for either side. Everything got traded down. The kings came up to the center, and black played this move h4 and offered a draw. So the rule is that you cannot offer a draw before black's 30th move. So they felt that as soon as they got there, the game, I guess what both of them were looking at, it if white takes the pawn on h4, black's going to take with the rook, and if you take on g6, black is going to take on h2. The pawn structure is completely symmetrical, and it's just a draw, nothing more to be seen here. So yeah, all games in Pool D have ended in a draw because the game between MVL and Shakhtar Mamedyarov ended in a draw earlier. So really all to play for are still in that group.
Yeah, there is so much tension, and this is the only group that we have only new players here for the first time they're playing and competing in the Grand Prix of this year. So very interesting. They have a little bit slow start, all of them, but also quite stable one. You can also take that perspective. So we had a suggestion to take a look at the Vidit and Fedosev's game. That's the down there in the corner on the left side. So we can take a look. It seems to be very interesting setup for black. Shall we go in there?
Yeah, a lot has happened there since we last had a look. I think the current position looks pretty good for Vidit. So let's see how we got here real quick. So I think we left off after white played the move queen to d2, black played rook a8, now short castles, this move that we mentioned. Black played knight to b8, trying to reroute the knight, rook e1, nice move, stepping out of the pin, knight to c6, knight c3, knight a5, b3, good move by Vidit, making sure the knight cannot jump to c4. Queen d8 was played by black, but as the game slowly but surely progressed, it became clear that Vidit should have an advantage with the two bishops. So rook e6 was played, a trade on c5, knight a4, going after the pawns, rook e6 and bishop h4. Very nice move by Vidit, putting pressure on the knight on f6. So knight to b7, bishop c2, another nice move. He wants to go with the bishop to f5 to put pressure there. Queen a5, they traded the queens. Rook cd1, g5 by Fedoseev, bishop to g3 and rook e6, which is an exchange sacrifice because Vidit played bishop f5, hitting the rook. If you move the rook, you lose your rook on c8, but it allowed Fedoseev to take the pawn on b3. So Vidit realized, okay, he doesn't have to take the rook right away, so he played h4, rook back to c6, he took on e6, black recaptured, they traded on g5, and after king f2, Fedoseev played c4, and Vidit played bishop b5, knight d7. This should be good for Vidit. I don't feel like black should have enough compensation, especially now that the h-files opened up. I guess he has to go with the bishop to, let's say, c3, and then rook h1. That looks really good for white, right? Because how are you going to stop the rook from coming in?
Yeah, I like this idea as well, and especially black cannot really block the diagonal with e5 as the d5 pawn is hanging. You don't want really to give up the pawn because you are actually the exchange down here with black. Another thing, like if you start to play on the knight, which is in the corner, there is a little square for this knight to be here for a while safe. And yeah, I also have a difficulties to find here a way how to stop rook h1, rook h5, which comes up with all the tempo, and then second rook on h1. And when these rooks are double on the h file, we together with the dark square bishop, we might have some sort of mating threats and mating nets on this open file.
Indeed, yeah. So looks really, really good for Vidit. As we speak, we have more developments in the other games. Maybe we can have a look at this game between Sam Shankland and Alexander Grishuk, because Grishuk is down to his final seconds. Let's have a look at what is happening there.
Yeah, he was holding really good on time, but then he gave up being someone else and he said, I want to be myself. Give me my 30 seconds on the clock. That's what I like to play. And he has now the seconds on the clock. Do you think this is safe for him, or we're just showing very, very similar position where we're just referring that white is ready to activate king and push the pawns on the queen side?
Yeah, it looks really good for Sam. And Sam has actually not moved the bishop. He feels like if black trades on g3, he should be winning. So maybe he can just play king to d3. And let's show it real quick. If black trades on g3, we recapture with the pawn. And what white is going to do here is white is going to create a passer on the queen side to deflect the king away from the king side. And when black's king is on the queen side, then white's king is going to go all the way over to the king side, pick up all the pawns there, and win on that side of the board. So I guess if black trades on g3, if black goes king e7, we go king c4. Black goes, let's say, king d6. And maybe we just go king b5, king c7. Maybe go
after capturing on g3 or without capturing g3?
After the capture on g3.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the difficult thing for black really is to create a passed pawn against these pawns on e3, g3, and g2, because they control so many squares.
Mm-hmm. How about king b5 here, as black is pretty much forced to bring the king all the way down and now to push the pawn? Is there a way black can also create the passer here? I don't think so.
Black can create a passer eventually, but it's going to take a lot of time. So let's have a look. So let's say we go b4. If black goes f5, for example, maybe what we do is go b5. Black goes, let's say, e5. We go b6. And then after this trade, this is what we've talked about. Now the white king is free to go over to the king side and pick up all of those pawns on that side of the board. So it seems like Grishuk cannot trade on g3.
I'm thinking that how about to be so tricky and give up a7 pawn?
So let's have a look. So you want to go g5?
Stalemate king.
So let's say I take on a7, you go king a8. And what if I go king b5? I want to run my king all the way back and try to pick up all the pawns on that side of the board.
Yeah, and this is very important rule of chess, that white is right into the square. I was thinking to bring king on b6. I wanted to suggest this, but this would be losing, as king will be outside of this square. And anyway, this is not even a pass pawn, so my imagination is too high in this position. So yeah, this should be winning here without any problem. Just capturing all these pawns and then push the. Yeah,
it looks really promising for Sam, especially given the time situation. And actually, as we speak, Anish Giri has won his second game. Let's try to pull the game up real quick.
This is the game. So after rook, he found it. He found rook h7. Yeah. And I don't know why I'm so surprised that he found it, but we had the resignation after this move.
Yes, rook h7, a great move by Anish. He's turning rook 6, g7, and queen h5. And Vitiugov saw it all coming. He felt like there was no defense, so he just resigns the game. So a huge win for Anish. He grabs the lead in Pool C by a full point. So I think he has great chances of winning this group and qualifying to the semifinals.
Yes, and we all know how solid is he. Whenever he takes the lead, then it will not be a hard task, at least, to keep it and to get out from the knockout stage and to to qualify to the next parts of the tournament. Another result has ended, and I'm so surprised and shocked that Tabatabai survived in this position against Harikrishna, and that's the game we have to take a look for sure. After Queen G2, we had several more moves. Queen E4 was played here by Tabatabai, as you were suggesting, and Black was really afraid to get into the end game and kept the queen. And we had here some chase of the queen after by the rook, and they agreed on a draw.
Indeed, yeah, the queen couldn't really go to a good square, so the players repeated the moves. But yeah, it definitely feels like a huge missed opportunity for Harikrishna. He was up a pawn, had great attacking chances, but Tabatabai found some very resourceful moves and survives this game. So yeah, it will be tough for these players to. Both of these players will now be on half a point out of 2 games. They are 1.5 points behind Anish, so it will be tough for these players to win the group. Harikrishna is playing tomorrow with the white pieces against Anish, so if he wants to have any chances of winning, he needs to win that game against Anish.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, what you just brought. Let's once again bring all the boards back to the screen. We have 5 games down, 3 to go. We do have the pawn end game already. Look at this on the top board, Sam Shankland and Alexander Grishuk, and we can see the white line all the way on the top. So this means that Sam Shankland is winning, and in the pawn end game, there is this kind of thought that there's not like better position or slightly better or pleasant positions, either winning, either losing, or a draw. So it's just very last phase of the game, and you just don't have some chances because there are not much of the pieces on the board, and if the opponent sees a very exact plan how to win, that's the game over.
Yeah, indeed. I'm pretty confident that Sam is going to win this game. It feels like he's calculated everything correctly, and the plan we just mentioned with running the king up the board very quickly seems to be the right way to go. And it feels like it takes so long for Black to ever create a passer on the king side. You'll have to play f5, g5, h5, e5, f4, and then after the trade, h4, like all of these moves, right? And in the meantime, white can go after Black's kingside pawns, or as we showed earlier, shift his attention to the king side and pick up the pawns over there.
It was also quite hard for Black to create a pass pawn because of this pawn structure. And this is very rare situation when this kind of pawn structure, which looks so not bland and pretty, like we call this pawn islands, they actually perfectly well stop the fourth majority of the Black's pieces. So this is quite winning. Their position for white is move 34. They have to make more 6 moves before the time increment. Yeah, right. How about we go to the other games, as we also have two very interesting game, and we can take a look at Vachier against Andreikin.
Let's pull up that game. So we mentioned earlier how Andreikin found this whole sequence where he managed to get the 2 minor pieces for the rook. However, his position still looks good, but I don't really see how he can make progress. And I think Vachier has done a pretty good job over the last couple of moves. He's created some counterplay on the king side. So let's see how it all happened. So
yeah, he went to take the pawn on the queen side, which looks very smart decision, because there is at least something that white can here claim that I have an extra pawn on the queen side, and I can make some I don't know, some problems for Black. So here we had a little bit more moves, and Black was trying to develop the pieces at the better squares. Knight obviously got an e5 square, where this knight attacks this c4, so white is pretty much forced to guard this. This bishop attacks this pawn, and yeah, all white's pieces are now about to guard all these weaknesses.
Indeed, and actually in the current position, it looks like a move like knight d3 would be winning for Black, because you check the king and it hits the pawn on b4. But I guess after white goes king e3, taking the pawn on b4 is not a good idea, because you don't see how you're getting out after white goes rook b2. You can take the pawn on g5 with a check, but white just goes to e2, still keeps covering all the squares, and then white should be fine as he would only be down an exchange. Knight d3 has happened, so I guess he has to go to e3, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to answer to your question, how to get out from this knight is after bishop g5 to play king d4. And
right, that would not be a good idea. Yeah,
you are very much out from everything with extra two pieces. So after knight d3, do you think you might consider to play king g4 as well, or king d3 is just a better option? Oh, king g4 actually allows knights to run away. Sorry.
Can black take on b4? Right, so let's see. So actually king e3 was played and he moved back to e5. I guess if king g4, black has other possibilities, like maybe not taking right away. But I guess
Sorry,
now,
I will just update
I guess now
everything.
Buck Crow should just go back to f4 because the pawn on g5 is under attack.
Yeah.
And then what does black do after king f4? Maybe king g7 to go knight f7 and attack the pawn on g5. That could be an idea.
I like this idea. And what black is doing by these checks is repeating the moves to get closer to 40 moves, where additional 30 moves will come on the way, and not only 30 moves now for Andreikin. And also on other players, it's very good to have some time to refresh the mind, have some break, get something to drink, or just walk a little bit to rest a little bit, because they must be very tired now at this point.
Indeed, yeah. And actually, as we speak, more moves have happened in the game between Sam Shankland and Alexander Grishuk. So we left off after white's move king to c4, and Grishuk played the move h5. So he wanted to start pushing the pawns on the king side. And with the move h5, he's also still keeping his pawns sort of close to each other, right? So it's not making it too easy for the white king to approach them. So Sam played the move king to c5. With this move, he wants to go to c6 to shoulder the black king and then create a passer. And also, if black ever goes e5, then he wants to go king d5. That's his idea. So Grishuk played the move king to d7. Maybe now we just start pushing the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, e4 is on the board. And you know what, if you also start to push the pawns, this might be even better for white, because then it will be easier to access the targets, as they will be weaker. And I don't really see how black is going to stop these pawns coming all the way to b6.
Right, so Grishuk played a g5. I guess now Sam can just play a4. Black can still play f5, but we just wait with the move b5. And as soon as black plays e5, we go after the pawns with king d5. And I think all those pawns are simply dropping off. So I don't see how. I think Sam is simply going to win this game.
That's right. So we have this pawn on g5, the latest move.
Yeah. Both
And
a4 and
yeah.
b5 look good for Sam here, I would think.
Yeah, I wanted to mention the time once again that Grishuk is playing on the second, but to be honest, when he went to the opponent game after capturing this bishop on g3, in this position, if you have 1 hour now, it's just so hard to play. Like there's no.
It seems that there's no way for black to defend the position here. It seems so. Let's see what Sam is going to do here. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. The games are really heating up here. It's very exciting. So we will be back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We will see you after the break.
We are back, and this is FIDE Grand Prix. We're having time troubles in the rest of the 3 games, and we are now going to get one of those games. Which one would you like to see, Benjamin? Are we going to see more of this opponent game?
Yeah, we'll keep a look on this game between Sam Shankland and Alexander Grishuk, because also Sam Shankland is now getting very low on the clock. It's showing that he lost on time, but that cannot be the case. As we said, A4 and B5 look good for white. So let's see which one he will play. The tricky thing here is both of them have very little time on the clock. And in pawn games, sometimes you have to calculate very deeply. And as you said, you cannot allow yourself any mistakes because there's no coming back. So it will be very interesting to see how both of them will navigate the complications in this in the time pressure.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes we're getting a little bit mix of the time at the digital clock, but it's hard to believe that he might flag himself, as he has to make only 4 moves, and any moves here keeps the winning position. And we're having really fast now the moves. So after this move, B4, G5, B5, we just heard that it is over. Yeah, A4 was played and Grishuk resigned here.
Yeah, so B5 was played, Grishuk went pawn H4, take and A4, and Grishuk threw in the towel. He realizes that as soon as he pushes the E-pawn up the board, white's going to go after these pawns. Sooner or later, white is going to push the B-pawn, and black's king will be deflected, and white's going to collect all the pawns on the king side. Let's just illustrate that real quick. Like, let's say after A4, black goes F5, we just play pawn to A5. Let's say black goes king at C7, we go pawn B6. Black takes, we take with the pawn, and after king b7, now we go king d6. Black can take our b pawn, but we take the pawn on e6, and white's king is just much closer to the king side. That's why outside passers are much better. So let's say black goes king c5, we take an f5, and we can just even give up the e pawn and just go after the h pawn, because we only need 1 pawn to win this endgame, because black's king is always so far away. So we go g4, and as long as we don't let the black king in front of the pawn, we are going to win this game. So very nice win for Sam Shankland, who was in a little bit of trouble earlier on, but he moves to 1.5 out of 2, and he might be joining Andreikin in the lead if that game ends in a draw.
That's right. Beautifully played by Sam in the end game, indeed. We do have last 2 games happening right now. So another game has just ended. Etienne Bakro and Dimitri Andreikin ended in a draw. That's quite surprising.
Yeah, it looked great for Andreikin. I don't understand why he would not play on. I mean, with the 2 minor pieces against Rook, it felt like he definitely had great chances to win. As we said, after king f4, we really like this move king g7 to go knight f7 and hit the pawn on g5, which looks really difficult for white to protect. So I'm very surprised that Andreikin just made the draw there. Maybe he was low on time. He had to make a move quickly. He played knight d3 check. And then after king e3, he didn't have another move than knight e5. And so the game ends in a draw. But yeah, that means that Sam Shankland and Dimitri Andreikin will be tied for the lead in Group A after the first 2 rounds.
This is really interesting situation. Either he miscalculated that it was 3 times repetition, or I don't really understand. This is move 41. Benjamin, and usually if you want to make a draw, you can at least think about like some ideas. Maybe there is something like c5, but you actually take some time to consider it, right? So that's very interesting situation. Why don't you take a look last game, which is in progress right now, and you can maybe come back later in this position and talk a little bit more. What was the chances for black for Andreikin? And we can now take a look of the game of Vidit and Fedosiev.
Yeah, a lot has happened here in the meantime. So we left off after bishop c3, bishop b5 was played, knight b2, knight dc5. Vidit activated his rook with rook to h1, knight d3 check. Vidit traded, Fedosiev recaptured. Now Vidit gave a check on h8, which seems to be a mistake because the evil bar dropped all the way down. King f7, rook h7 check. And on move 41, Fedosiev blitzed out the move king e8, which seems to be a mistake. But the question is why? Because white's bishop is under attack. If you move it Black gets very active with moves like rook c2 and d2.
Why not rook king back on g2? First of all, if you play this, it's a repetition. If you play this, then king f8 now, and once again those pieces are hanging, and king e8. It's just far away from the rook. You don't really threat this rook, and it's not double attack now. And white can I don't know, make some move by the bishop. So there will be no threat for this rook.
Yeah, so really weird because king e8 was move 41 from Fedoseev. He could have at least taken some time there. So yeah, very surprising that Fedoseev blitz out king e8, which seems to be a losing move. But the question is why? What can white do in the current position?
Yeah, here it seems the engine gives plus 2.6, so that's a huge advantage. And the check was not the right one. I know, I don't, or I know. How about this move a4, attack the bishop? If bishop takes, then you take d3 pawn and you are free from all the danger. If after a4 a rook takes on c3, you take this bishop. No, not really.
Yeah, no, that's a nice point. Maybe a4 is the move, because then after we take on b5, I guess this d pawn is not really going anywhere. Like, let's say black gives it. So let's say after a4, black takes on c3, we take on b5. What happens if black gives a check on c2? We go king g3 and d2. I mean, isn't that d pawn dangerous because black goes rook c1 very quickly? Or wait, actually, maybe white has rook takes a7, rook c1 and b6. Rook takes d1, b7, and you cannot stop the queen.
Sorry, the rook b1 you meant here?
Oh, no, sorry. So after a4, let's say black takes on c3, right? Oh, wait, I was talking about the current position. So as you
current
mentioned,
position?
Right, so after king e8, because that's the position on the board.
Okay.
Right, so as you mentioned, a4 seems to be the right move. And I guess it works out because if black takes on c3, we take on b5. And if black does something like rook c2 check, king g3, and d2, black wants to go rook c1 very quickly, right? But we have rook takes a7, and if black goes rook c1, we go b6, sacrifice our rook, but after b7, black simply cannot stop b8 queen, and is going to win the game. And this knight on b3,
knight is the worst piece in this game. It's anti-piece. Black just wishes not to have this knight at all and to play rook b1 and control this and then prepare d1. But it's an extra piece and it's just the worst piece for now. Yeah, this is a chance for Vidit. And a4 here seems to be a very important move because if you just move away with your bishop, then we might have d2 rook c1 right away.
Right. Yeah.
For instance, rook b4 or bishop b4. Additionally, there's a5 to target the bishop. So, like, I don't know how to start with the check first and then this one. The bishop is hanging, and then d2 wins this bishop.
Right. All of that looks really annoying. So a4 seems to be a good move. So let's say after a4, Fedoseev captures that pawn. Maybe this gives Vidit a little bit more time. Like, what does he do here? Because if
in the chat, some of our viewers are saying that a4 is not a human move. What do you think, Benjamin? When you have this kind of situation, when you already get through all these things, and you know that d3 is a really strong pawn, you need to get rid of it. And you calculate all these moves right away. Is it really hard to find this move or not so hard?
I think it's not an easy move to find, but I definitely think it's possible to just deflect the black pieces a little bit. Because as you mentioned, this pawn on d3 is hanging in many lines. If we have a look, let's say white goes bishop f6 right away, right? Which looks like a very human move. White wants to go, just to illustrate the point, let's say black goes d2 after bishop e7. Then we go rook e7 check, the king moves over, and then white goes rook h1, and black cannot stop rook h8 checkmate. However, after bishop f6, black goes rook c2 check, push the king away just a little bit, and as soon as the king goes to g3, then rook c1. right? And here, this pawn on d3 is defended. So white is forced to trade on c1, and then this d pawn is extremely dangerous. But so then maybe Vidit starts thinking like, okay, this d pawn is always extremely annoying. Maybe I can go a4, deflect the bishop, because if the bishop takes on a4, now bishop f6 is extremely strong, because if rook c1, we can just take the pawn on d3.
Absolutely. I just want to finish this line here, how dangerous this can get, because now d2 is not really possible to stop as bishop c3 falls for a fork, and there is rook to h1, which don't really stop this pawn coming forward on d1. Bishop can also get first on a4 and to support this, or knight can get on e2. So so hard. Let's start from d2, as bishop c3 is not working, and if king gets on f2, bishop in here, and it's really impossible to stop this pawn coming forward. So this is very serious line, and of course Vidit sees this, and when you don't have much of this choice, I think he will find this move. He will take some time, and he will, I think, find this move.
I think a4 is quite findable, because black doesn't have a good square with the bishop. If the bishop goes to c4, black doesn't have a threat anymore, and that gives white all the time in the world to go, let's say, rook dh1, and he's just gonna move the other rook out of the way, and then rook h8 will be the ladder checkmate. So and you can play bishop a6, but then if white takes on a7, that bishop is always hanging, so you don't want to do that either.
Right. So this pretty much means that the bishop takes a4 is forced, and rook d3 possible, or it's better move than rook d3 here according to the engine. Maybe rook a7 here to target this bishop.
Yeah, rook a7 would also be a nice move there, but just either way, the bishop doesn't have a good square, it seems. So I think that the move a4 is quite findable for Vidit. So let's see whether he can. So Vidit, how did he do in the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix?
First leg was not very successful for Vidit, as he never qualified from the group stage, and we were thinking that it could be some reflection of the Tata still, which was very successful start for Vidit, and then it somehow ended to the not the happy way for him, and we were thinking that's sort of a reflection, but now he's playing really nicely, as he won the first game, and now very likely he has a good chances to try his best in here. And so far he has only 3 points in the from the first leg of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Vidit to qualify for the candidates. I think if he wants to give himself any chances, he has to win this leg, but I think it's unlikely that will be enough, because then he will end up with 16 points. And I'm sure that someone will probably score, the 2 players will probably score more points. But it would still, of course, be very nice for him to win this group and move on to the semifinals. As we mentioned, he won his game yesterday. So with this game, he would take a huge step in that direction. And for FIDE Safe, it's also probably going to be very difficult, because in the first leg, he came in 3rd in the group. So with only 2 points, it's also going to be very difficult to ever qualify to the candidates tournament.
Yes, but yeah, these players here at this Grand Prix tournament, we have 24 participants. Some of them are fighting for the for these 2 tickets for the candidates tournament. Some of them are fighting for a really nice prize fund, and A4 is on the board, Benjamin.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, if you give this position to a 2700 player with more than 20 minutes to calculate, they will come up with the best move. So yeah, it looks like Vidit is in great shape. A4, fantastic move. It's really asking this bishop, where do you want to go? And black doesn't have a convenient answer. Everywhere the bishop goes, it creates problems for black.
Yeah, that's right. So very interesting situation. Fedoshev has more time now, more than 20 minutes than Vidit. Vidit has 13 minutes for now. Still, it's not that clear. He might need to spend more time for upcoming moves. So all the tension is still here, right?
yeah, still many more moves to be found. Fedoseev still has a lot of time on the clock, but it really makes me wonder, why did he blitz out king to e8? He had an additional half an hour on the clock. He had all the time to think. Maybe he thought that was his 40th move. That's the only explanation I can come up with, because otherwise, why would you rush, right? And now he might be kicking himself.
Yeah, it's actually something similar happened to the game of Vachier and Andreikin, where Andreikin just repeat the move on move 41, while he already had increment after move 40. So
well,
very interesting.
The thing in the Andreikin game is that he made the mistake on the 40th move, right? So then he was low on time. And on move 41, the only move he had was to come back when Vachier could claim the threefold repetition.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think it was a blunder, and he doesn't want to make a draw. That's a very good point. So he first went for a check to get some more moves here to get closer to 40. And the move he played 93 was a blunder, in sense of he wanted to win and intended a draw, because after king e3, he is very much forced to go back on e5 on 43rd move, and it was a draw. So if you take this, we have seen that the knight will be trapped, and I don't know, there's this check, but still, oh, that king can go there. Still, then it will be white who gonna start to take over. So seems like move 40, 93 was a mistake here, the last move before the increment. He had 10 seconds, I can see that. Oh, wow.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe he felt rushed with only 10 seconds on the clock. But yeah, we felt like after king g7 and knight f7, he still had great chances to win. But unfortunately, because he was low on the clock, he did not figure it out. And Vachier escapes with a draw. So Vachier, he's on 50%, 1 point out of 2 games. Maybe we can pull up the standings real quick as we wait for this game of Vidit to end and discuss what is happening in the standings.
Right. Right, yeah, a4 is here. Black is now taking his time. I expected Fedoseev to think a little bit longer, and here we have the results and the leaders board on the screen. And Benjamin, we see that in Group A we have Andreikin and Sam Shankland having 1.5 points. Vachier has 1 point, and Alexander Grishchuk has 0 points out of 2, and he's only participant out of 16 grandmasters who has not scored any single or half point.
Yeah, very tough start for Alexander Grishchuk. He lost the first 2 games, especially this game today. It felt like he was much better out of the opening, but then he went wrong, and Sam Shankland won his game. So now Sam is sharing the lead with Dmitry Andreikin. Both of those players will probably fight it out who will win the group. In Group B, Anish Giri is really crushing it on 2 out of 2. He's beaten Vitiugov and Tabatabai, and tomorrow he will play Harikrishna with the black pieces. And in Group C, we see that Rapport and Vidit are currently sharing the lead, but it looks like Vidit is probably going to win this game, move to 2 out of 2 and grab a 1 point lead there. And in Group D, all draws so far, so really anything can still happen there.
Absolutely. The group D is so funny looking group, as they are having first 2 days absolutely equal scores, all the players. I wonder how long it's gonna last, but also the fact that Anish and Vidit Vidit is still playing, but if he managed to win, he might join his friend and bestie, the leader in the group, with 2 out of 2, and it's always fun to see their games and their also communication, as they're very, very good friends, and we are aware of that. But and Vidit is still playing right now, while Anish has finished his game in a style a little bit at time ago, and now he's probably resting for the second another round tomorrow.
Indeed, yeah, it's looking great for Vidit to win this game, move to 2 out of 2, and then he should have really good chances to win the group. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking another very short break. Do not go anywhere. This game is looking very good for Vidit, but it's not over just yet. We'll see you guys after the break. Arena King Season 9 is underway and now starting earlier every Wednesday at 9 a.m. Pacific. Stream and play for a piece of the $40,000 prize pool and earn points to qualify to participate in the championship at the end of the season.
Yes, that's indeed another interesting and exciting tournament at chess.com, and I recommend you to take a part of it. But now we have the last game still going on. In Belgrade only, last two players are sitting in front of each other and playing this game. So after a4 here, Fedosiev thought about like 10 minutes and decided to capture. On a4, Vidit went for bishop f6. This seems to be the first choice of the engine. I think the idea is just like you showed it earlier, to give this check and then to bring the rook here to checkmate. So if I was played to attack the bishop, Black is giving up the pawn. That is how serious the threat was here. And bishop captures on g5. This is currently the position, Benjamin.
Yeah, it looks great for Vidit. So his idea is, I guess, still to go rook e7 check, or maybe take an a7 and then bring the other rook into the game through h1 and then rook h8 checkmate. So can Fedosiev do anything in the meantime? I mean, he's played this move e5 to try to distract the white pieces a little bit, but I mean, this should be winning one way or another for Vidit. Do you see any way for Fedosiev to try and complicate here?
That's right. And in these lines that we were showing earlier, that the threat was to, when the bishop goes away, the threat was to play rook c1 right away. And this was first to give a check and then to rook c1. Was winning for Black in some of the lines. This gonna not happen here after a4, because bishop takes a4, and in all these lines, if rook gets on c1, white has the move at least to play rook d3 first, and then to continue to capture the rest of the piece. So white is not really going to trade the rooks and allow Black to push d2 and try to promote the pawn to queen.
Indeed, yeah. So I don't know, it's looking tough for Black. Maybe he can move the knight somewhere, like maybe move like knight c5 comes to mind. They hit the rook on d1, but I guess we just go something like rook dh1. And once again, our idea is to go rook e7 check and rook h7 checkmate. It looks really tough for Black to stop it. I mean, I just don't see. Oh, I don't see how Fedosiev can defend against it, but he has 27 minutes on the clock. He's a very creative player, so we can't count him out just yet. He is also very good in defensive resources. So let's see what he will come up with, but I feel pretty confident that Vidit will win this game.
Yes, that's right. I agree with you too. After d2, Black tries to promote the pawn to queen. We still have rook a7, right? And after d1 queen, there's checkmate. So this is not working. There is a move like knight d7 to stop white's rook to get another flank, but this can fall to rook e3 check, and king has to either go to d8 to get into this pin, or king f8 is the move that we might not even consider, as there will be a checkmate.
Indeed, yeah, Black has to go king to d8, but then he's stepping into the discovery. White doesn't have anything that wins on the spot, I don't think, because the pieces are still protected in Black's position. But at the very least, White can take the pawn on e5 with a check. And if the king steps out of the way, maybe just take on d5. We pick up a couple pawns. We also now firmly control the d3 pawn. And I guess even if Black goes, let's say, rook c2 check, we just go king g3. And after pawn d2, we can just go e4, for example, and Black will lose the pawn on d2, and that's really Black's last hope in the position, and then White should be easily winning.
That's right. White could simply take the pawns, Black pawns, and then get rid of last hope of Black, and there's going to be winning endgame with this chain of the pawns. So really a hard task for Fedosiev. He's now going to use all his time, what he has on the clock. And Vidit is down to 9 minutes. As we predicted, he would take some of the minutes from the clock, and we will not have any more increment here. So this is going to be until the last move.
Yeah, that could maybe be Fedosev's last chance, and maybe he can hope that Vidit will get low on time. But 9.5 minutes is still plenty of time on the clock. And yeah, I just don't see it here for Black. I mean, what are you gonna do? How will you create counter chances? Everything seems really loose. The D pawn can drop off any moment. It feels like Black's king is about to get checkmated. So he's thinking here, like, how can he come up with some counter chances? But I don't think those chances exist in the position.
I agree with that. For instance, if knight goes on c1, hitting this, attacking this rook, for sure rook goes on h1, rook c2, king g3, knight e2. Oh, Benjamin, I think I got the right way.
Okay. So let's see. So you want to give it a check first, or go knight c1 right away?
Knight c1, yeah.
Okay, so let's say knight c1. Let's say we go rook h1 and rook c2 check. But maybe we go to f1 and then there's no more checks.
Yeah, oh, okay, I know what you want to do. You want to play after rook d2, rook e7 first.
Indeed, and rook h8, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And I guess if you go knight c1 right away, then, or sorry, that was the line we just looked at. So what happens if Black goes rook c2 check? Here we have to go to g3, and then maybe knight c1 from Black to try to go knight e2. But I guess maybe that can be the last chance. Maybe that can be the last check. Rook c2 check, king g3, and then knight c2. If we give a check on e7, I guess we go to d8. Because I guess if you go to I guess if you go to f8, then rook h1 should be checkmate, right?
Yeah, this is very important point here. After knight d2, king can go on g4 freely, and there will be not bishop d7 anymore. So king has to go on d8. Maybe this is the way white can go, as now any check can be really crucial for Black. Like, for instance, to take here and take here, or just take here and take here, like we saw in the previous lines.
That's a very good point. Here we can probably just pick up the bishop with rook takes a7 check. Let's say, but the line doesn't end just yet. I guess Black goes to c8, we take on a4, and Black still has knight e2 check. The king moves out of the way. Let's say that h3, and Black goes knight c3, forking both the rooks. But given the fact that Black has sacrificed a rook to get to this position, White should be able to, one way or another, give back, an exchange or something, and should still be had in material.
Yeah, White can do something like rook a1 and then try to play this position with extra piece. We know that the pawn on d3 is very strong for now, or only strong thing for Black, but it's stopped, it's blocked, and can go forward. Another choice that White can go is rook d3, give up this rook back, take d5 pawn. e5 pawn will be hanging, and with extra 3 pawns, it is just simply winning here, and Black has no chances whatsoever. So those two ways are possibilities for White if we're gonna have knight c first, rook c2 check, and then knight c1.
Indeed, yeah, I guess that's what's gonna maybe Fedoseev will go for someone like that. Or I doubt that he's gonna resign. He's not the type of guy to just resign in a position like this. Actually, I saw another possibility, but it doesn't work. Maybe what Black can do is go knight d4. This move looks very weird, but the point behind it is, like, let's say White goes rook dh1. Now Black can go rook c2 check. Actually, as we speak, he has played the move knight c5, and now I think, as we discussed, rook dh1 looks really good. Right, Black is probably forced to go knight d7, and then I like the line that you suggested with rook e7 check, king d8, and then take on e5 and take on d5, and White should just be winning here.
Yeah, seems like rook is after knight d7 and rook e7, king d8 only move, as king can't go to the other side. It falls for a checkmate, and now this move and then this move is just very pleasant. If you try to save the pawn by bishop c2, then this allows White to activate the rook, and I can't imagine that Black can hold this knight, as after rook d6 there's bishop f4 pinning the rook, and White is simply winning in that line.
Indeed. So let's see. I'm pretty sure Vidit will find Rook DH1. He has 8 minutes on the clock. That should still be plenty of time to calculate. So we talked about the standings earlier, right? All the other results are already in the book. So maybe we can talk about tomorrow's matchups real quick. So let's have a look. What do we have tomorrow, Patty?
In Group A, we do have Andreikin and Sam Shankland. This is very interesting matchup, as those two are the leaders in Group A. They seem to be in a very good shape, and tomorrow it's going to be fights for the leaders, and the winner of this match will be a sole leader. If they tie the match, then we're going to have even more things to see for the later matches. Then in Group B, we do have Vitiugov against Tabatabai. Tabatabai saved the game really nicely today against Harikrishna. And Harikrishna is going to have a really tough day against Anish Giri, as Anish shows that he is in a best shape, and he will play with the black pieces. That a good thing for Harikrishna, as Giri will not be allowed to play b4 anymore, at least in tomorrow's game. And what happens in Group C? What do we have there?
Yeah, so Fedoseev is taking on Alexei Shirov. So Fedoseev is probably going to lose this game. So that means he will be on half a point. Shirov is on half a point as well after he drew his game today against Richard Rapport. And Richard, he is taking on Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces. As we discussed earlier, Vidit is leading the group with, okay, not yet, but he is probably going to win this game. Then he will be leading the group with 2 points out of 2 games. Rapport has made 2 draws so far, so it's kind of a must-win game for Rapport if he wants to have a chance of winning the group. And then in Group D, as we discussed, all draws have happened there so far, and Shakir Mamedyarov is taking on Alexander Predke with the white pieces, and then we have Yangyi playing with white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So lots of exciting matchups tomorrow for sure, but in the meantime, Vidit still seems to be thinking, right? Has he? Oh, he has played Rook DH1, and King F8 was played by Fedoseev.
That's right. After knight c5, we do have Rook to H1, and instead of knight d7, which we were referring to cut this file for the Rook, here Fedoseev went for King to F8. This allowed Vidit to capture the pawn on F7. And King G8 was played by Fedoseev, and I believe that Fedoseev now is thinking that he could play King G8 right away instead of King to E8, which was a huge mistake on the move 41.
Indeed, there was a very surprising mistake. He had the time on the clock, but he just rushed, and now indeed we see him walking the king back to G8, but Vidit has made a lot of progress in the meantime. However, it's not over just yet. Once again, this pawn on d3 is still alive, and black only needs to go d2 and d1, and white will be forced to give up one of the rooks for that pawn. So what can Vidit do in the meantime? I guess there's got to be some way you can go for a checkmating attack, but how exactly?
I think white has to activate this rook, h1 rook, as one rook is already on the 7th rank and does a really good job cutting king from the 7th rank and controls 3 squares. Either rook b1, although this is not very precise. How about to bring this rook on? It's interesting.
Maybe we can go rook h to h7, because if black plays d2, we can go rook a g7 check. The king is forced to move over. Then we go bishop e7 check, and after king e8, we can probably just take the knight on c5 and we're winning, but we can also throw in a check first so we capture the knight. Oh, actually, we have forced checkmate here. We have rook h8 check, king d7, bishop c5, king e6, rook h6, and after king e5, g4. In this position, we have rook h8.
Oh, okay, this is a checkmate. All right.
And check, and then rook h6, and we finish it off with the move g4.
Beautiful.
So I'm sure Vidit is calculating all of that. Does Fedoseev have any, like, what does he have? Maybe he has to go knight e6 instead to cover the Although if you go knight e6, there's bishop f6, right?
Right.
Rook h8.
Then this checkmate is on the board. It is simply impossible to get rid of knight rook h8 checkmate. There's one last check, but king can find himself on g3 square, and yeah, this is impossible to avoid.
Right. So I'm sure Vidit must be considering all of it. He still has 4 minutes on the clock, but I mean, at some point he has to make a move. You don't want to get yourself get down to like 1 minute or 30 seconds, because then, you know, accidents can always still happen. So let's see what Vidit will come up with. Rook h7 must be looking really tempting here to put both the rooks on the 7 rank. Maybe there's rook g6 to hit the bishop. Is that a move maybe to still try and defend?
And also just control another square next to the king. However, this allows white to just push this rook on the queen side. How about rook c5 to hit this one, and most important, to threaten and checkmate one way or the other way here.
And as we speak, Vidit has made another move. He went pawn e4, also makes a lot of sense because now the bishop on g5 always controls the d2 square. So let's see. I mean, I guess the only thing Fedoseev can do here is to actually capture that pawn. Does black have any additional possibilities after we go rook h7?
Right. You know what? Why Vidit didn't go for rook h7? Because this would copy his friend's move. Anish Giri just played rook h7.
Oh, right,
last move,
exactly, yeah.
And he won it. So he doesn't really want to copy his friend. And he wants to do his own show over here. And he goes with e4 and he claims that I'm still going to win this game in that way.
Right, so let's see.
Takes.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like, does Fedoseev any additional moves? Like, let's say Fedoseev goes knight d7 now after rook h. So let's say he takes on e4, and that's what has just happened. So I guess Vidit is going to play rook h7. Is knight d7 a move now? I mean, I guess we take with one of the rooks. Black has to go rook c2 check. We go king to g3. And this endgame should still be a pretty easy win, right? After taking everything, black takes on f3, but white will always keep one pawn on the board after pawn takes, and you're going to lose the pawn on d3, and with that, the game.
Oh, it's a good point, actually. I think Vidit saw this line and he wanted to push this pawn, so the bishop and the rook controls the d pawn, and then it will not be really hard for white to grab this pawn this way, or even rook can attack this one. I see another move has happened. Rook now to h7 happened.
The rook h7 is on the board. So let's see. Is there maybe still a chance for Fedoseev to try and complicate here? Not that I can, because once again, if you go knight e6, bishop f6, I think it's just going to be checkmate, right? Because how are you going to stop rook to h8? Check, but if I go king up, is there maybe a rook c7? Because if you take everything now there's d2 at the end.
That's crazy.
And he has played the move knight e6, so he's trying to make it as difficult as possible for VD. Bishop f6 looks very natural here, but as we established, rook c2 and rook c7 is still extremely tricky. So I wonder what the difference is, because before it looked like if white would go rook h7, then white would just be winning. But there seems to be some sort of difference now.
Can white play rook to b7 once again with the... But now the checkmate is not a threat, you see, because knight is here. Knight can cover this square, and black can find some interesting move here. Some check, perhaps.
Right.
And the bishop here.
Yeah, black still has some defensive possibilities. So I'm not sure about this move e4 by Vidit. And yeah, he is staying in the current position after knight e6. He has 3 minutes on the clock. So you suggest a rook to b7, right? So let's have a look. So I think so let's say rook c2 check. Let's say king to g3. And how how does black defend here? Because if you go bishop e8, maybe there's rook e7 with a double attack on the bishop and the knight, right? So I don't know, but given the fact that Vidit is getting very low on the clock, Fedoseev still has 20 minutes. They've been playing for 4.5 hours now. You know, like bad things can happen. It's not over just yet.
It's not over just yet, absolutely. And seems like the black spaces start to also make some threats, and you know, knight can get so tricky. The pawn is still alive here, and seems like black now can put pieces together to hold the position. But I do love this kind of idea that in many of the lines, black can sacrifice more material, and then d2 and d1 will be just unstoppable. For now, the bishop controls, and for that reason, we need to play d4 for sure to open up this diagonal, but it's not really the precise way to continue the game, and he's down to 1 minute. He is in time trouble.
Indeed, yeah, it might backfire to sacrifice that pawn like that. Just to illustrate real quick, like let's say white goes bishop f6 and black goes rook c2 check, and after king g3, rook to c7. If white were to take both the rooks as if we would take twice on c7, there's d2 in the end, and black can defend that pawn with the move e3. So that double e pawn is not completely useless. So Vidit played bishop to d2. What? Is that a good move, or what do you think?
That's the move to avoid rook c2 check. So it will be no check, and white have some time, even maybe to play king e3 or king e1. King e1 seems to be safe for me. Or can also try to, oh no, cannot try to capture the bishop, as the rook here is so badly hanging. So how about king e3 for the start? With idea to take this pawn, the pawn, and then to threat the d3 pawn as well.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I guess that's what he wants to do. He wants to put the bishop on d2 and the king on e3. They're really blockading all of the pawns. So it might be good as well. It does feel a bit slow though. Like it felt like he had a more direct way to win the game. And maybe now there's a way for Fedoseev to still keep the game going. However, I don't see how, because it looks pretty solid for white.
Yes, right. The bishop d2, I really like this move, just to avoid any check and to bring the king. For now, if not rook c2, black makes any bishop move, can also start to capture the pawn on e4, and if black takes the pawn here, white can take it back, and with the same idea to get closer to the pawn will be just a great idea. And yeah, if black starts to guard this pawn, then can be really nice threats by rook b7 and the checkmate on the back rank. We do have a move, rook c2 was played here. Let's keep the eye on this one.
Right, so rook c2 on the board. I guess Vidit now has to go king to e3. It's the only move really that makes sense, because I mean, king e1 just looks passive. So I'm sure, and he has just played king to e3. So what can Fedoseev do here? I mean, maybe if he can somehow include the knight, although I guess the knight cannot really move because it has to keep covering the squares around the king. I don't know what he can do. He's taken on f3. Vidit's not going to recapture with the pawn, I guess.
Yeah, if you take this pawn on d3, this will be losing, I believe, with f takes g, or even f2 to promote the pawn by the check would be really, really crucial here. So he has to take the pawn back. I'm sure he's not going to spend any second for it.
And that's what he has just done. So now it's up to Fedoseev. Like, is Vidit still just going to win this game? I mean, these two rooks on the 7 rank are still extremely strong. He always has checkmating threats. The bishop on a4 is under attack, and it doesn't have any clear squares. Like, he goes bishop to c6, by the way, as we speak. So now, let's see. What can Vidit do?
I like to move rook e7 to attack the knights. And when knight goes away, then rook c7 to pin rook and to threaten checkmate on the back rank. So how about this move?
Rook e7 looks like a nice move indeed. And I guess if black goes knight at f4, white is a checkmate, because white can give a check on g7. And if the king goes to f8, there's bishop b4 check. And the king has to go to e8, and then rook g8 is checkmate. So we know that the king cannot go to f8. And if the king goes to h8, we give a check. By the way, let's stick with the game. Bishop c6 was played. Rook e7 by Vidit on the board. But just to illustrate, like, let's say knight f4, then rook g7, king h8, rook h7, king back to g8, then rook a to g7, king f8, and then bishop b4 all of a sudden, and black is getting checkmated on the back rank.
This can be the final moves of the game. So rook is already on e7, attacking the knight. If bishop guards the knight by rook, bishop d5, there can be check on the back rank. And how about this bishop b4? And if you think it's a checkmate, it's not actually a checkmate, because I can take the pawn, and this is a double attack. So seems like knights cannot be guarded, and knights cannot move because there's a checkmate threat. There's knight c5 though.
Right, the knight could still go to c5 or to f8, because if it goes to f8, it's guarding that h7 square, and if it goes to c5, then it's blocking that bishop b4 check in the future. However, if the knight goes there, maybe white just grabs the pawn on e5, and black is still hanging on for the moment, but it feels like slowly but surely white should be able to round up all of black's pieces and win the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. And there's no any more danger, and black was holding this position up till now because there was a lot of threats still happening for white as well. So this is currently the position, and Fedosiev is now taking his time. Actually, I was quite surprised to see that Fedosiev and Vidit are in the same age. They are both 27 years old. I thought Vidit was younger, first of all. I thought Fedosiev was older. So when I saw these numbers over here, which now appears on the screen, I was really, really surprised with that.
I don't know what that's. Maybe you can talk a little bit why they seem younger or older than you, or not if you don't want to. But both of them are 27 years old. Both of them are also in the 2700 club. Very, very strong grandmasters, obviously. But their chances of qualifying for the candidates tournament seem quite slim at this point. Fedosiev has played knight c5, by the way, and I guess Vidit is just going to take the pawn on e5. Oh, he's played rook ec7.
All right, now the bishop is hanging, and if you bring this bishop and keep this diagonal, there will be a checkmate. You have to play knight e6 back.
Right, knight e6 seems like the only move, and I guess white is not winning on the spot, because if you go rook c8 check and knight f8, bishop b4, this seems winning for white, but black still has rook e2 check, king takes d3, bishop b5, king c3, and black still has rook e3 check, the king steps back, and then rook takes f3, and black is just in time to defend everything. And maybe white is winning, but it's not over just yet.
Rook here, probably. Just to get
although rook there, you do win a full, you will be up a full rook.
Yeah. It's funny variation.
Wait, there's rook f2 there at the end. No, you walk out of the checks, I guess.
Let's make it
Just go to
happen.
d2. Yeah.
Here, and then you have to leave the f square if you want to give me a check. It's gonna be here. It's gonna be here. Another check, and stop me, Benjamin, doing all these mistakes.
No, I'm
King h4, very good, very safe.
Yeah.
Here and now.
No worries.
They're playing really fast. After rook c5, rook c7, sorry, bishop b7 has played. This bishop tries to control both squares, and here we have a bit of tactic here from Vidit, and he keeps the game with extra piece for just a pawn, and this is the pawn which will be for sure captured by White's rook and or king. So it's going to be quite easy task for Vidit to get another pawn and to convert this position, because very important point here is that this pawn still exists on the board, and we will not have a rook and the bishop versus rook endgame. So
indeed, the pawn on d3 is going to be lost any moment now, and then White should be able to run on the pawn on e5 also very, very quickly. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be a win for Vidit, who will move to 2 out of 2. So great start for him in the second Grand Prix. Maybe we can pull up the results of all of the games from today real quick and have a look at everything that has happened.
That's right. Still one game in progress, which is happening in Group C. And now they're playing against each other. We do have 2 draws in Group D. And then we have a decisive results in at least in each group, at least one decisive game. Sam Shankland managed to outplay Krishuk in the end game, and we had a beautiful game by Anish Giri when he sacrificed a piece against Nikita Vitiugov. Sorry what I said, I don't know. Vitiugov, Nikita. Nikita had to resign before checkmate, so it was really nicely played by Giri indeed. And while we were talking, our last game has also ended, and Vidit just resigned here in this position.
Yeah, Vidit wins a great game with the white piece. He moves to 2 out of 2. It's looking all very, very good for him. And I believe tomorrow he is going to play Richard Rapport with the black pieces. That's going to be a very exciting matchup. Richard kind of has to win that game if he wants to have any sort of chances of winning the group. But yeah, still only 2 rounds have been played and 4 more games coming up in the group stage.
Yes, that's right. And now we're having, tomorrow we're going to have round 3, and I'm starting to worry for some of the players if they don't start to come back right now. It will be too late. It's just a round robin tournament and the knockouts tournament. Then it will be really, really late. For the candidates, last 2 seats that we have for this year, at the candidate tournament 2022. We're done with all the games for today, but we're not done with the stream. We're coming back right after the break with a rapid recap. We're going to choose the best game from this day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. We are back, and this is very last part of the round 2 at the FIDE Grand Prix 2022 Leg 2, and we just decided to choose this game as being the best game of a day for its tactical motives and also a sacrifice of a piece. So this is your rapid recap of a day, and we choose Anish Giri versus Nikita Vitiugov.
Right, so the game started off quietly as Anish opened up with the move e4, Vitiugov played e5, and Anish decided to play the Italian game. So bishop c5, castles, knight f6, all pretty standard. And in yesterday's game against Tabatabai played with a more direct approach. He played very quickly d5, but Vitiugov keeps it more solid with the move d6. So how did the game continue from here?
Then Giri goes with c3, hoping to get some play in the center, more space in the center or on the queen side. We do have h6 to avoid bishop g5, also quite logical move, rook e1. All the moves looks very much standard for this opening, as now knight is ready to get on f1 and g3. Black went for a5 here, h3. Bishop went on e6, pretty much standard position here for the opening, right? And we had here b3, very interesting approach by Anish Giri, and we were speculating if Black would capture on c4. Maybe Giri's idea was to take it with the pawn to have very strong pawn structure in the center. But something else happened in the game, and out of sudden here, Vitiugov decided to push the pawn in the center, and Benjamin, this was not very it was not so good idea, right?
Well, it always remains to be seen. The move d5, it creates more space for Black in the center. However, after Giri took on d5 and Vitiugov recaptured, the pawn on e5 will always be a target for White. So Anish played knight e4, hitting the bishop on c5 and defending his pawn on c3 at the same time. Bishop e6 was played, and here a very interesting move, queen to d2 by Anish. She's making sure that this pawn on c3 is always protected. Vitiugov played queen to c8, hinting perhaps at a bishop takes h3 sacrifice. So Anish played knight to g3, bringing more pieces closer to the king side and opening up the attack on the pawn on e5. And Vitiugov played f6, and here Anish struck in the center with the move d4.
Yeah, he's just using the fact that after f6, which was pretty much forced to guard e5 pawn, now this bishop on e6 will be hanging, and what's more important, the light square bishop is very strong on the diagonal, and Black will have some problems. So here Vitiugov went for queen d7 to try to bring the rook to guard this bishop on e6. We do have here bishop a3 hitting the rook on f8. Here Black decided to keep the rook on f-file, just in case if file is open after the trade of the pawns. This will be very useful together with the bishop, which gonna hit f2 pawn in many lines. But look at this move that Anish Giri just played right now, rook to e4. Tell us a little bit more about this move and the White's ideas here, Benjamin.
Yeah, rook e4, a very nice move by Anish. He wants to double up the rooks on the e-file, and if you were to go to e2, there might have been moves like knight to f4. Here, Vitiugov found a very nice move. He played pawn to a4, so he wants to create counterplay on the queen side, and Anish played b4. He didn't want his bishop on a3 to come under attack. Vitiugov played knight to f4, and this looks like a mistake because after Anish trades on e6, Vitiugov recaptured with the knight, and here d5 looks to be winning a piece because we fork both knights. But here Black still has the move knight to g5. And if you capture the knight on c6, Black will take on f3 with a check. You're forced to recapture, and then all of a sudden, your queen is now protected on d2. So Anish had other ideas. After the knight recaptured on e6, he played rook a e1. Vitiugov played knight at g5. They traded on g5. And after Anish played the move b5 and Vitiugov played knight a7, hitting the pawn on b5, Black seemed to be doing pretty fine.
Yes, as we thought that, like for now, played passive move knight a7, but knight was coming here on b5, capturing the pawn, attacking the bishop, and there was no way that white could avoid that, as c4 now seems to be not the best move, as black can draw, take the pawn, central pawn on d4 and have very good position. But Anish Giri here did something else in his mind, and he here went for h4. And he went for a piece sacrifice, because after knight b5, he took on g5 and he gave up this bishop.
Right, but taking the bishop on a3 is extremely risky, because after knight takes a3, white will play g6. The rook is under attack, and if you move the rook, let's say to e7, white is going to go queen e2, the queen is going to come to h5, and with the queen coming to h7, black is just going to get checkmated here. So Vitiugov realized that he couldn't take the bishop, so instead of that, he recaptured on g5 with the pawn. And here Anish decides to sacrifice the bishop once again. He goes for queen takes g5, giving up a full piece. Vitiugov takes the bishop, and here Anish goes rook to h4. And here it felt like white's attack is just too strong to defend against.
It is too strong, as also very simple, just to bring the queen on h5, try to threaten and checkmate, and to bring more pieces on the in the game, knight e4, or before knight e4, rook takes d5. So here we saw that the only move to keep it go was rook to e8, also suggested by the engine in the first line. However, next move after queen h5 and rook f6, here knight e4, the rook was hanging. It seems like black just lost here some of the defense ideas and went for the white's traps. For instance, here, Benjamin, if black plays rook h6, something bad gonna happen to you, black, here.
Indeed, rook h6 looks like a nice defensive move for black, but unfortunately, there is a queen takes h6, and as soon as black recaptures that g-pawn is not defending the f6 square, so white jumps in, knight f6 check, and collects the queen on d7, and in the resulting position, white will be up in exchange and a couple pawns. So Vitiugov realized that he couldn't do that, so instead of that, he played rook to f5. Anish played knight g5, bringing another piece closer to the attack. Vitiugov was forced to give up his rook for the knight. And after queen takes g5, it felt like, the game was still pretty complicated.
Absolutely, but the bad thing for Vitiugov here is not only open king, but also the knight is just too far away. So we thought to bring the knight on c4 would be just right timing, and then to bring this knight all the way to the king side to guard the weak king. We also pointed out at the commentary that the bishop on b6 is quite blocked and is not taking any part for now into the game. So for this reason here, Vitiugov played c5. He wanted to open up a bit position for the bishop and this diagonal, but it seems to be the wrong decision by black.
Indeed, because after c5, white gets too much time. Anish played the move queen to g6, bring the king just a little bit closer to the black king, and also attacking that bishop on b6. So Vitiugov played the move bishop to d8, hitting the rook on h4, but now Anish found a very nice finishing touch. He played the move rook to h7. Now white is trying to take on g7 in some variations, deflecting the queen on d7, because if black recaptures, he can take the rook on e8. But more importantly, white also wants to go with the queen to h5, and then threaten to go rook h8 while the queen is still defending that f7 square. Vitiugov saw no defense here, and so he resigned the game.
He had to resign after rook h7, as there's no any single way to avoid white's very difficult threat, starting with rook g7 or queen h5, even checkmate. So here we have another victory for Anish Giri. This is second game for the Dutch Grandmaster. He's leading the his group at the FIDE Grand Prix 2022, and this was your rapid recap of the day. Right, so all the games down. We do have now final cross table, and let's take a look who are the leaders in each of the group.
Yeah, so it's looking pretty good in Group A for Dmitry Andreikin and Sam Shankland. They're both leading with 1.5 points out of 2 games. In Group B, Anish, once again, he's crushing it with 2 points out of 2 games. He's leading by a point. Vitiugov is behind him. And what are the standings in Group C?
In Group C, Vidit Gujarati has very good tournament. He has a really good comeback after first leg of the Grand Prix, and he's now leading the group with 2 points, and he's 1 point ahead of Richard Rapport, and we do have Vidit Shirov having half points each. Something similar happens in Group B to Benjamin Giri. Here takes the lead with 2 points, and Vitiugov is the one who hopes to catch him up. However, they have just played today the game, very important game, and it ended in favor of Anish Giri. And in Group D, we still don't know what's happening, so they're going to fight from round 3 for the leader's position. So far, we don't have any single leader in this group.
Indeed, and if we have a quick look at tomorrow's matchup, we see that the 2 leaders in Group A are playing each other, and Dmitry Andreikin is playing with the white piece against Sam Shankland, and in Group B, Anish Giri, he's playing with black against the Pentala Harikrishna. That's also going to be a very important matchup. In Group C, really the most important matchup, I guess, is the game between Richard Rapport and Vidit Gujarati. As we just discussed, Vidit is leading by a full point, so if Richard wants to have any chances, he has to win that game with the white pieces. And in Group D, really anything can still happen.
That's right. So all the action is going to start tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European time. We will be joined here at the same time, at the same place, same people, and hoping to have same chat and a little bit maybe more. So thank you so much, everyone in our YouTube and Twitch channel for being with us and being such a spot and helping us to switch to the games, as very interesting situations were appearing in most of the games. And thank you so much, Benjamin, for being so lovely co-host of me. I really had a lot of fun. And also thanks to chess.com team who is working for this project and to have this broadcast going on. Would you like to have some final words?
I could not have said it any better, Katie. Thanks for being such a wonderful co-host. Thanks to Wouter Big behind the stream, behind the scenes, who's working so hard. And thanks to all the viewers here on Twitch and on YouTube for making it all more pleasant. Also, thanks to the moderators. And we look forward to seeing you for tomorrow for round 3 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you then.
Yes, but before that, don't forget to go to Arena Kings, which is happening right now, or just to stay with us and you will be rated to there.